We will go ahead and call this special meeting for USD 348 to order. May I have an approval of the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Phil has moved and Chris has seconded to approve the agenda as presented. All those in favor, please say aye. Raise your right hand.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Let's stand to say the Pledge of Allegiance.
Sorry, trapped.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, so this is the first time we've done one of these. We love new experiences, we lean into them. And so moving on to Part B is the enrollment hearing. Part 1 of that is simply to present the policy to be considered, JBCC enrollment of non-resident students.
All right, so a year ago, House Bill 2567, it was a bill that included many different non-related topics to one another, but it was approved, and one of those components is the establishment of a non-resident enrollment practice. And it requires all districts to create a system or create an opportunity for those who are not enrolled in a school district the opportunity to enroll. And there's a window of time that they can apply, June 1st through June 30th. And then for any vacancy that's allowed, then July 1 through 15th, the school district creates a drawing if there are more applicants for a grade level or than vacancy slots allowed. So in the spring, the district will go through a process of establishing what those caps will look like. So as we go through this policy, we shared this at the last month's meeting. Based on some feedback that occurred from that previous meeting, there are some adjustments that were made that were been recommended. And it was with the intent to make sure that we've got our current out-of-district students taken care of as well as staff students. So they're in the definitions that are listed there. We've added the affiliate employer, and this reflects those entities who partner with the district and supply individuals who are not employed by USD 348, but whose primary assignment lies within the school district, so interlocal staff. So if they have students that want to come to Baldwin, that they're a part of that as well, as though they were a staff member. We've included other agencies to be future-proof, if you will. So we then, that will show up under the priority in filling open seats, where we state, regardless of capacity determinations, the following categories of students shall be allowed to enroll as if they were resident students. So that's any child who's in the custody of the Department for Children and Families, or living in the home of a non-resident student who transfers to the district, any non-resident student who has a parent or person acting as a parent employed by the district or an affiliate employer, while the parent or person acting as a parent remains employed by the district or affiliate employer. Let's see.
So one question on that.
Yes.
If I can. So regardless of capacity determinations, and maybe we asked this last time, I feel like, but so if we say we could take 15 students, and there's 20 students that might fall in this category, we have to take all 20, regardless of whether we're at our capacity or not?
No. What this means is the students of our employees don't have to go through the drawing process.
Okay, so
they would go in before you would determine how many. So they are automatically included as part of that. So they would not be.
But that would affect our capacity, though.
It would affect the capacity, yes. And so what that allows is, so if we are at a grade level that may have all the seats filled, we've got an employee, we can allow their student to come with them.
We can, or we have to?
We can. Let's see, moving through under section non-resident student continued enrollment, so the maintaining enrollment side. Non-resident students in our first kindergarten through 12th grade who are enrolled prior to the adoption of this policy will be allowed to continue enrollment as non-resident students in accordance with the policy. What this does is protect our current out-of-district students from having to start all over again and be subject to not making it through. So you think about it, we may have an out-of-district student that may be with us for 5, 6, 7 years, and then we would be telling them, you didn't make it in the drawing, sorry. So this gets them in. It also includes, the next item down there also includes non-resident pre-kindergarten students who are considered in good standing would be allowed to continue enrollment as well. So we get those students in. Looking at the student meeting one or more of the following criteria should be automatically deemed not in good standing and may be denied continued enrollment based solely thereon. What I did was I added there's 2 compulsory attendance laws there, and we added the second one this time around. So other than that, there are no changes from last month's meeting.
Can I ask a question? The affiliate employer, I know you spoke to like the co-op, but wanting to just fully understand that, so like a city or county employee would their children would
If we had a specific partnership with them, so think Burt Nash. So if we establish a partnership,
is that a contractual partnership?
it would be. I would deem it as an MOU. Yeah.
So like our SRO would qualify for that as well, if they lived
Right.
out of town but had to go to town.
So that's been the presentation of the policy. The next step is to provide the opportunity for public testimony. Is there anyone here who would like to give public testimony about the proposed new policy? All right.
Can you guys speak up just a little bit? I totally see here. It's really hard to hear you guys tonight.
Okay. Everybody speak up.
Maybe we can move closer a bit.
Yeah.
Front row.
Use your theater projection voices. Okay.
In order to be on camera,
I don't think we
for
have-
the audience to hear what they say at home.
Yes. Do you have public testimony?
Yes.
Okay, before we begin, just in the spirit of fairness, since we do have someone who wants to, and it looks like there's just one, but so that we're doing the same things at the same time, let's have the board, in past hearings, we've identified what are the rules of engagement that everyone has to live by, whether there's one person here or whether there are 10. Let's go ahead and talk about what we think is fair in terms of a time limit. Even if you don't intend to exceed it, it's just fair. For example, at our budget hearing, we adopted every person could speak up to 5 minutes, one singular time. Is that something that the board is comfortable with? Allowing 5 minutes for testimony?
Yes.
Okay, could we have a motion for the
Sure,
record,
motion
please?
for 5 minutes and
Yeah.
one time only for this public hearing.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye and raise your right hand.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. No, that's fine, but just so that we're doing things the same way. Perfect.
I'm Jean Widener. I'm a third grade teacher at the IC. Currently have 26 students enrolled in my classroom, and I understand if I just heard correctly, it was difficult, but I think I heard you said that you're going to set enrollment limits for classroom limits in the spring. Is that correct? Okay. As a third grade team, each of us are at 26, and when a new student, we still have to add those new students in. And I understand that we were approved for a teacher aide. That position has not been filled. I don't know if we've even had any applicants for it. But at 26, it is a mental health struggle. And it is really, really, really hard. In a physical capacity, it's very, very difficult. In a SEL capacity, it's very, very difficult. And, we're making accommodations, putting little cubbies here and making little cubbies here. So it's hard to feel like all students are included. So just as you're making those numbers, please, I know that you know this, but as a teacher, I want to come forward and say, please consider that, knowing that in the future, we will have to accept students. I mean, if they move into the district, we accept them, and that's okay. But just please keep that into consideration. I'm begging you. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anyone else? All right. Moving on to board discussion. Any board discussion about the policy as presented?
No, but her comments inspired a question, I guess, and that is, what does it look like coming up? So third grade, so what's second, first, kindergarten numbers look like?
All right. The update that I got this week shows that second grade is at 93. First grade was at 97. And I don't remember what kindergarten was.
94 maybe?
But this also, get through here.
Kindergarten's 86. They're a lot
86. Okay. In this, the enrollment study itself will be helpful as well. This is why we have that staffing plan that we have. The problem that I have, and I talked about it last month, this gets the cart before the horse when it comes to enrollment. It requires districts to accept out-of-district students before in-district students even enroll. So this is going to create a challenge in itself.
If I can add, to be clear, for anyone who does not understand, this is not something that the Board of Education for USD 348 came up with. This is a legislative action that we have to be statutorily responsive to. We're following the steps. This does not provide a mechanism for funding for said out-of-state or out-of-district students. So that is going to be something as a transitional issue that the board is going to have to keep its eye on. There are no clear definitives for that at this time, but we are asked to go through this process fully understanding that if it were up to us, this is not how we would be doing it. But it's how we are legally required to proceed on very uncharted territory while keeping Ms. Widener's comments in mind. Class size in general, that's always at the heart of everything that the board does. But there are admittedly many unknowns that your Board of Education does not appreciate or are a big fan of either. So we'll get through it together, but there are admittedly a lot of unknowns.
Well, it looks like the only silver lining to all of this is that the decision to what capacity is made at this level.
Right.
It's not made, we don't have to apply to the state and get somebody at the state to say, no, sorry, you actually can have 29 students per class.
Yeah.
It's at our level, so we get to set that where we feel comfortable. And so, I mean, that I'm sure that we'll have lots of input from faculty and administrators on what they think.
100%. So the process, and then she's right on. When we went into the summer, I think we were looking at 22, 23 students, and we had an influx of move-ins and a couple of transfers that put us at that point. By the time we could respond in terms of our staffing, we had the conversation of, all right, do we add a staff member or do we add the para? And it just, the timing of it was problematic on that end. So I do like the idea that there is the silver lining of the being able to set those caps. And next semester, as we work to set those enrollment caps, I'll be working with our administrative teams who will be working with their building level teams to come up with that, because Ms. Widener is 100% correct. When you get those class sizes up to that point, it becomes a whole different animal. Just two additional students can change the entire dynamic of the class. So 100% agree.
Any other board discussion on this? We're not voting on this at this time. This is just the purpose of the hearing.
Just one clarifying question. So this is a bit of a scenario-based type of question here, but if we have an existing family that's from out of district, they're sending, let's say, 3 kids already to our district. They have a 4th child who's in preschool. Like in this current setup, they would be eligible for that kind of, if they wanted to send the 4th child here, they would be eligible for having them continue to enroll over here, so they don't have to go to a separate school from there.
To my understanding, yes. Also, the benefit of preschool is with that, you've got the qualifiers that are involved, and so
Already enrolled.
There would be a little bit of a different, because we wouldn't need to focus on the priority scale of those qualifiers,
Okay.
qualifying students too.
Preschoolers have to go through a screening process first before they go in, so it operates.
But even if the child is 2 years old, the older kids already attending our schools here, that 2-year-old would become eligible for not sidestepping that capacity level, but still being able to be a consideration for enrollment.
They'd be
Yeah.
eligible- They could be
Primary.
eligible for the screening process.
Okay.
Any other discussion? Okay. Seeing that there is none, I move that we enter into executive session for, let's see here, 6:15. I move we enter into executive session to discuss the superintendent evaluation rather than just, let's use our time now. This is an exception under COMA for non-elected personnel. And the open meeting will resume at 6:25. That'll still give us a 5-minute break. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye and raise your right hand.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0.
All right, sorry, my FaceTime, my brother was calling.
So I'll take a motion to adjourn our primary or first meeting from tonight.
So moved.
Second, anybody second?
Second.
Okay, Susan moved and Tony seconded, so all those in favor raise your hand. Say aye.
Aye.
Aye, so meeting adjourned. We get a 5-minute break.
5-minute break.
5-minute break.
This meeting to order for USD 348 Board of Education. We already did it once, but let's do it again because there's more people here. Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, regarding the agenda, we have a couple of amendments. Amendment number 1, we're going to move the BHS robotics out-of-state field trip request from administrative reports to being right after recognition time. So that will, so G number 1 will be moved between categories D and E. Okay. The second amendment is to add accepting a very generous donation for the weight room as part of the consent agenda. So that amendment would be under item C, accepting that donation. And then amendment number 3 will be under item J, board member input, regarding the district's role in the KASB delegation process that took place this last weekend. Is there a motion to accept the agenda with those 3 amendments?
So moved.
Second. You can pick, Megan. It's been moved and seconded to approve the agenda with the 3 amendments. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your right hand. Aye. Motion carries. Organizational items, parent, family, and community engagement opportunities. Principals, this is your time if you have anything to bring forward. And/or announcements.
I just wanted to say that I'm glad that everyone was able to make it here tonight. This turnout here is fantastic. I know this a large part of this is due to the recognition, but it's awesome for you to see this space. Our high school kids have seen this space from the start of the school year. Mike and his team worked with Brant and Kelly and their team trying to renovate this space, repurpose this space so that it becomes more of a place where students want to come and be a part of. So the vision for this is just starting, and it's cool to have everyone here for this meeting and have it to occur in this space. So thank you for being here tonight.
Great. Item C, consent agenda.
We had one.
Oh, I'm sorry. Pardon me.
I just think-
I'm sorry, Mrs. King.
No, you're fine.
I just want to say tomorrow we're hosting our first STEM night, our family STEM night. We're super excited. All of the items that we're going to be using for activities are items that were purchased with our farmers grant that we got last year. So we thought it'd be a great way to showcase those as well. So 6 to 7 for families that are welcome to come in. We'd love to see you there.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, we'll move on for an approval for the consent agenda, remembering that we added the acceptance of the weight room donation as part of the consent agenda. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Kelly has moved, Chris has seconded to approve the consent agenda as presented with the amendment of accepting the weight room donation. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your right hand. Aye, motion carries 7-0. Recognition time. So much, so much. We are blessed with lots of things to celebrate. First up will be, Coach, do you want to do boys and girls together, or do you want to do the boys? Okay, boys are first on the list. So boys cross country team, go ahead and come forward. All right.
Squeeze in here so you get on camera. Yeah, we got it.
Or you can go over there.
All right, so we'll do the presentation part here, and then we'll do a picture over there, and that way everyone has a chance. But to brag on the boys cross country team, I mean, first of all, to state the obvious, many of them have just come from basketball practice, so they just go from one thing right into the next season, and they qualified for the state meet. This was a very special season for our boys team for a number of reasons, and I also want to point out that 9 boys for the qualifying state team. Of those 9 boys, 3 of them were also in the musical. Of those 9 gentlemen, 6 of them were playing soccer in a postseason way. So want to acknowledge as part of everything that you accomplished on the cross-country team, all the other things that you were doing. One of those gentlemen did all 3, the musical and soccer and cross country, which frankly makes my brain explode to even think about. So just huge commitment, high level of fidelity to all of our school programs, and definitely something to celebrate. Coach Spielman, is there anything you would like to add about your boys team?
No, we just like to thank all the support that we got all year. They realize that they always go out and compete at a real high level, and the community's always behind them, and it shows, and they really appreciate that, and they work their tails off, and they earned a great place at the state meet for that. So
Congratulations, guys. I'm going to give you your certificates, and then we're going to cheer for you all at the same time. I'll do this in order here. Nick Johnson, Jaden Landreth, Cooper Carr, Camden Cox, Ty Flory, Xander Johnson. Yeah, there you go. And then seniors, Dylan Patterson, Ian Rimmer, I'll pass that along, Talon Torres. All right. All right, on this day, November 13th, 2023, the Board of Education recognizes and congratulates each of you, boys cross country, for qualifying for state, and most importantly, representing your school, showing everyone what it's about to be Baldwinville. Congratulations. Thank you. Congratulations. Congratulations. Can you guys go over there so Miss Megan can get your picture? Thank you. I'll take one of those. We're going to get Angie in there too, don't worry. There you go. Well done. All right, girls cross country, if you would please come forward. All right, so same thing. Some of you coming in hit hot from basketball practice and all the other things going on. Ended up with a state runner-up award at the state meet. Of the 8 girls who qualified for postseason running, again, 4 of you were also involved in the musical. I think all of you, most of you, maybe except for one, are also doing choir. And I'm sure there's lots of other things too. But again, lots of high-level involvement, achievement, all of that. So we congratulate you. I'm going to read everyone's names, whether they're here or not. But we have Marin Drummond, Sailor Curry, Lydia Heron. There you go, Lydia. Ireland Kennedy. You're welcome. Shay Griffith.
Thank you.
Rachel Watkins. And our seniors, Lily Breckheisen, Bailey Smith. On this day, November 13th, 2023, the Board of Education recognizes and congratulates Baldwin High School girls cross country for state runner-up. Congratulations, girls. I'm so sorry. And if you guys could go over there for another picture. Coach Spielman's not going to like this, but I would be remiss if I didn't mention. Yeah, smile first, and then you can be mad at me.
3, 2, 1.
But for coaches, Mike and Angie Spielman, I would be remiss if I didn't mention, in your 32 years, 25 state titles, 44 state hardware bringing home, which means placing in the top 3. 44 in 32 years. And so while that's a lot to celebrate and a lot of kids that have come through that program, it isn't just about the hardware that you've brought home, although we're very thankful for that. I firmly believe that when you run cross country, you and Angie have taught these kids not only how to surpass what they think they can do physically, but also mentally, spiritually, and I believe every kid who's come through your program is not just a better athlete, but a better human being because of it. So on this day, November 13th, 2023, Board of Education would like to also recognize and congratulate all the efforts of coaches Mike and Angie Spielman. All right. right, boys soccer, if you guys could come on up. And again, you're going to see several of, wait, they just were here. They're coming back up here. All right, so we had yet another great year of soccer. Wow, many firsts. League championship was a first. Coach McCune, step in here if I have stats wrong or add to. This was the first time we got the league championship. We were regional champs. We did that last year. So that was a repeat. Big deal, hard to do, right? And then also making it to the state quarterfinals. What were some other firsts this year? I know there were more.
Yeah, there was a lot. So we have first the seniors. They won 54 games in their career.
That's right.
They played in 3 regional championships. So made it to the state quarterfinals twice, state championship once. I don't know, there's probably something else in there I'm probably forgetting. They had 16 game home winning streak, which is a record for the school. We had 11 boys, which is the league record on all league. Several of them are here tonight. We had the best start in school history, 11-1. And so 2 years back-to-back where we won 15 games.
It's fantastic. And again, so many of you are doing, even those of you who aren't dual sporting or doing the musical, I know many of you have jobs. You're doing stuff in FCA. And all, by the way, we also have homework. You have your academic life, which always comes first. We know that. We know where our priorities are. But you guys conducted yourself so well. And under some hard games, too. You know, there was literally a 30-second stretch where I went from lifting Michelle Patterson off the ground to weeping. You know, and you know, it's hard when those things happen, but you guys, you handled it. And those moments are heartbreaking, but they also serve you because they're moments that you overcome. And you've accomplished so much this year, and we're all so proud of you.
I'm going to tell you if I can.
Yeah.
I forgot a couple things. This is one of the best defenses in the state of Kansas, too. And we're tied our own school record that we set last year for shutouts this season.
Huge.
And Cooper Carr was player of the league, player of the year in our league as well. And also had one of the best offensive stats that we've had, second most points in the year for school. Also, Seth is here tonight, and Camden, and Hoffman boys. They helped out with what I thought was the most important game, was suicide prevention awareness game, which was the first we've ever done here. We've actually had, not a good stat, 5 former players actually commit suicide, you know, during high school or after high school. So I thought that was something that we needed to do. And we've been recognized from Kansas headquarters on that, and we'll continue to do that in the future for our games.
That's fantastic. And, you know, little eyes are watching, little ears are listening. You guys are heroes to a lot of people. And you don't always even recognize that when you're in it. But thank you for the ways you are leading on and off the field, in and out of the classroom. Well done. I'm going to call your names, and then we're going to do a one big applause for everyone. Gus Boyle. Where's Ethan Smossel? There, right in front of my face. Dylan Krantz. Oh, we got a stick here. Ian Rimmer's not here tonight, but Ian Rimmer, Senior. Camden Cox.
Thank you.
There you are. Aiden Jameson. It's not here. Tito Biles. I don't see Tito. Billis, isn't it? It is Biles, yes. Dylan Patterson, D-Pats. Homer Rice. Out in the background.
Yeah, basketball.
Cooper Carr. You're welcome. Where's Jaden Solomon? There he is.
We could take it home and play basketball.
Braxton Chase. Joey Zembecki. Seth Smossel. Leo Schoenberger. Is that basketball? Yeah. Caden O'Keefe. Nick Johnson. Leland West.
There's Leland. Grayson Caulfield. Let's see, Grayson. Isaiah Gardner. Keldon Cox. Xander Johnson. And if we missed anybody, see Miss Megan. All right. On this day, November 13th, 2023, the Board of Education recognizes and congratulates the Baldwin High School soccer team, players, coaches, family, friends. Congratulations. You guys, I'm going to shake your hand and then head over there for a picture, okay? You're welcome. Congratulations. Once we shake, we can go take your spot for a picture. Thank you. Congratulations. Congratulations. You're welcome. Congratulations. Congratulations. You bet. Congratulations. Congratulations. You're welcome. We wanted to do this tonight too in conjunction with Quilt Capital USA. There have been 2 projects this year that the Lumberyard has partnered with leaders from fall sports in a really special way. The first project was with the girls high school volleyball team. Quilt Capital USA, via the Lumberyard Arts Center, partnered with the volleyball team to create quilts, memory quilts for senior night. And then the second part was the wonderful, beautiful hats that Coach Angie is wearing right now. There's 2 different times that school sports organizations partnered with an artistic project there. It really is the definition of collaboration and creativity with different community organizations coming together. It takes a lot of extra work to make that happen, and not just extra work, but coordination, thoughtfulness, hospitality. It brings people maybe to the lumberyard that have not spent as much time there before, and vice versa. So it really opens doors into both lenses of sports and arts, and the ways that those can creatively come together to shine a light on both. So when something special like that happens, we do like to take the time to highlight that and celebrate that, but most of all be thankful for that. On this day, November 13th, 2023, the Board of Education recognizes and congratulates the Lumberyard Arts Center with the Fall Sports Collaboration. We'll make sure that they get that, but let's give them a round of applause. All right, and last but not least, with her family here, Mrs. Naughton, if we could ask you guys, and you can all come up because you're all a part of it. Yes, let's have Miss Opal come up. Hi, Miss Opal. And Mr. Clive. Hi. Hi. And we'll let Dad come too, because it really is. It's a family thing. So really big deal happened this year. Mrs. Naughton, who is the Director of Choral Studies for our high school, also the vocal director for the musical that just happened this weekend, and all the things. She was chosen by the KMEA, which is the Kansas Music Educators Association, as High School Choir Director of the Year. This is a huge honor. Mr. Dodge did a little sneak attack at the fall concert. It was actually announced just that afternoon, and a few of us were like, so Mr. Dodge was able to actually share the news with the community that night as well, so that you could get, frankly, the standing ovation that you deserved, Mrs. Naughton. But it isn't just about music. Your students come to you for
all sorts of reasons. Your mama is so special. Yes, she's a really good singer. She knows how to teach really good singing. You know that, right? She's a great mom, but she's also a great teacher for her students and all the things that they bring to the table. I could go on, but to be chosen as Choral Director of the Year is a huge distinguishing honor. And so on this day, November 13th, 2023, the Board of Education recognizes and congratulates Rachel Naughton for being selected as the KMEA High School Choir Director of the Year. Congratulations. Oh, isn't that wonderful? Could you guys go over there for a picture?
Want to get a picture from myself?
Yeah, for your
Okay.
Mommy's Special Award.
Thank you.
Sorry, we're gonna take the entertainment after this. Ready? Oh my gosh, that was like the best ever. Aw, love it. Thank you. All right, ready?
Congratulations. A footnote to the last presentation, I apologize, I did not see, but there is a presentation for Kathy Allen as part of the Fall Sports Collaboration, and I missed the cue. So no formal change in the agenda. We're just circling back for the grand finale. Kathy, if you could come up. This is kind of what got all this started, this idea of collaborating art with sports. And Kathy did this really neat presentation at the Art Center this past fall. It was a special time for your kids, their moms, and also the quilting queens, as we call them, and they have something special to present just for you.
Yes. Oh gosh, that's beautiful.
So you went to all this trouble for everybody else?
Yes.
And now they wanted to make sure you were
So
included
these
in
are the
that.
t-shirts that you gave to the Quilt Capital group, and they assembled it for you because we were honored that you asked our group to help with the project that you had envisioned for your seniors this year.
Well, I'm really teary-eyed.
And all the years of coaching volleyball, all the years, right there.
Yeah.
So if we could also have a moment to celebrate that, because here's the thing, you didn't start playing volleyball until what, your sophomore year or junior year? High school sophomore. High school sophomore year. So Title IX, there was an opportunity to talk to the kids about that. They know no different. So there were so many different layers of educational moments that were just sort of naturally baked into what you created with this event. And part of it too is also to give those seniors who were the last class to be coached by Brenda Shawley an opportunity to just commemorate that part of it as part of their athletic and journeys as students. So thoughtful in all the different ways, and it also, when we do things like that, it plants a seed for other neat things that can happen. And so I know they wanted to do something really special for you because of that. You're welcome. So let's give her a round of applause. Yeah, we want a picture of that for sure.
I think it's done by hand. It's crazy.
That's beautiful. All right, next up to continue.
While you're getting that set up, so the state of Kansas has a grant that helps fund early literacy best practice education, and that's the LETTERS program. And for the last several years, they've paid for districts to get training in this, and it's an intense study. You could argue that you're getting a master's in reading after going through this, but it is a deep, rich professional development opportunity. Jean is one of our staff members that have gone through this, And I was able to walk in on one of our professional development days where she was talking about all of the things that she had learned up to that point. And it was just awesome to see her share her passion for it and see the staff nod to it. And you could just see not only is she benefiting as a teacher, but she's also sharing that knowledge with her peers and her colleagues. So at this point, I don't want to steal any more of your thunder.
First of all, I apologize in advance for my voice. League wrestling was very intense on Saturday. My son's a wrestler, so I'm still recovering from that. Thank you for the opportunity to share this with you. This has been a life-changing, profession-changing opportunity for me, and I'm super, super thankful. Letters is the language essentials for teachers of reading and spelling, and this is provided by TASN through funding through KSDE. Oddly enough, I ran across it on Facebook, which is an odd place to find PD, but it was there, and I had been curious because Mr. Dodge had challenged us a year ago, what's our why? This is my son Grady. He's a third grader in my building, not in my classroom, and he has struggled significantly with learning how to read. And as a third grade teacher, I felt I'm failing him somehow, what's going on? And so it really sent me on a journey to figure out, what do I need to do? How do I need to help him? And how do I help other students just like him? And through my learning and through the training that I've received, I discovered that he is dyslexic. I didn't need to go to a doctor to begin to understand what was happening in his brain and the areas that he had gaps. In that discovery, I also discovered that I think that my daughter probably lends towards that area. And then it gave me the ability to look at other students in my classroom and students I've had in the past that have shown me signs and indications that they may also suffer from dyslexia. So this is my why, and I always go back to that. Why am I putting myself through this rigorous reading training? This is why, and students just like him. Just as a kind of what is Letters and what is Letters is not, Letters is actually a professional development course for instructors of reading and spelling and any language-related skills. It is a pre-K through college. I'm taking this course with not my Emporia State and professors, but Emporia State professors. That's where I graduated from with both my bachelor's and my master's. But the Letters is not a literacy curriculum. And that's the beauty of this, is that it's a professional development that's related to any program that is put in place. So it doesn't matter what reading curriculum is selected or what ELA program is selected for a school district. This is helpful with all of them. So this particular edition of Letters contains in-depth knowledge and current research-based information, how, when, and to what degree language skills need to be taught, ways that we can assess students with their language development, so we can look at prevention and intervention for students who aren't making the progress and the gains that they should, like my son was not. Significant deficiencies in his language development. It provides guidance on how to plan and balance word recognition with comprehension instruction, and I'll get into that in a second, and then information on how to differentiate instruction to meet the needs of all students, whether they are still struggling with acquiring those reading skills or whether they are very advanced in their reading skills. It's given me tools across the whole spectrum, which is fantastic. So one of the cool ways that, to be in a classroom setting and to just receive instruction is helpful, but we know that that's not the best way that students learn, and it turns out it's not the best way that adults learn either. And so Letters offers both an online learning capacity. We have a manual that we go through, and then there are specific bridge to practice instruction or activities that we practice in our classroom. So we take theory, we take strategies, and then we apply them to our students, looking at our specific students and ways that we can increase their reading. So this is an example of kind of what the theory part of Letters looks like. This is from Unit 1. Talks about what happens in the brain, and I just stole this right out. I'm telling you right now, everything I took directly from them. None of this is my own. But it just kind of allows us as a teacher to kind of put in our mind what students have to do in order to be able to read. And the fact is they have to do a lot, and there have to be a lot of pieces in place in order for them to be successful. The cool thing about this this is that I was able to take this graph or this picture, infographic, and take it to my classroom in 3rd grade, and I drew it on the board, and I talked about what these different parts of their brain does, and then I was able to explain, if you're struggling with this particular part of reading, don't be frustrated. Your brain is figuring this out, and it's okay. And the way that my students grasped this idea of what their brain was actually doing was outstanding. And all of a sudden, it didn't become, I'm deficient. It became, my brain's still working, my brain's still learning. So it really relieves that stress from them of, I'm not good enough. So that's one example. Another example, and I think this is one of the most beneficial things as an educator and for my coworkers, was to see all of these things that have to happen within word recognition, within language comprehension, and then how all of these have to mix together in order to really have a skilled reader. And when any one of those pieces is missing, it just becomes more difficult for that student to be able to learn to read and comprehend. And the final piece of the theory kind of side of it was just that both word recognition and language comprehension, it's a product, and in order to have that full reading comprehension. So these are all just kind of examples of what the theory of letters was, which at first, that very first unit was a little hard because we really had to learn about parts of the brain, and I don't remember them, but I know where to go find them in case I needed them again. So understanding that was really, really helpful for me. And then the second part is, I'm going to scroll down. I lost my spot. There we go. The second part was more the application. How do I take all this theory? How do I take all these ideas and actually make it practical for my classroom? Well, in our units, each unit, so there's 8 units across the whole spectrum of 2 years. This is a 2-year commitment, and Mr. Wall-Smith was gracious enough to allow me to have some professional development days to say, yes, take this time to go learn. Each quarter we have a full professional development time, so I spend an entire day on a Zoom call with a trainer and 35 other Kansas residents, teachers who are learning about this at the same time. So we have this 8 unit, we have comprehension, we have application activities, there is a beginning unit assessment, we did have a final over the first 4 units, so to show your own growth, like this is where I was, here's how I've learned. So there's all these pieces that really make it a solid program. And then finally, this is kind of just some of the applications. So this is just one example of application that we were able to do. And I'm able to use these directly for my classroom. So I take what I see, I take what I learn, I go in my class and I say, okay, hey guys, I learned a new way to figure out how to just decode big words. Let me show you. And then we talk about it. Another example is some morpheme matrix. So these are just some more instructional strategies. And the cool thing, like Mr. Dodge said, was Mr. Wall-Smith has given me the opportunity to come in and give 30 minutes of, here's some things that you can take back to your classroom as my coworkers, and they have done that. And I've had some say, "Hey, show me what that was again. I don't remember what that was." So it's a really fantastic, and I'm really, really thankful for the opportunity. So what is the impact for students at the Intermediate Center? And I'm hoping it will be a future impact. Obviously, there's direct student impact through what I'm able to do directly in my classroom. Through diagnosis, instruction, intervention. I'm also able to secondary student impact through strategies that I share with my PLC within my grade level team, and then that professional development time for all teachers during collaboration days, providing specific tools, specific strategies, hopefully things they can take right back and use in their classroom without having to understand the why. And then the encouragement and support of other teachers who are also, I think there are 2 that I know of specifically. There may be more within our building who are also receiving this training. And I think there are some at the PC as well. And I think that the state of Kansas is allowing more teachers, and the deadline's coming up within the next week or 2 to apply to do that. And they opened it K through, or pre-K all the way through 12. So anybody is eligible to do this, and it's paid for through the state of Kansas for a little bit longer before and it's a really expensive training otherwise. So, and then the cool thing too is that because I'm able to have some student teachers in my classroom, those pre-service teachers are also getting this new information. So it's kind of across the whole spectrum, being able to share all of that I've gained through letters. And that's that.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions?
Oh, I wasn't ready for questions.
I have a question.
Sure.
So, are you still doing this training?
I am,
okay,
yeah.
So, yeah.
So this is relatively new, right? In terms of how long you've been
Doing it and implementing in your class.
Yeah, so I started in August of last year. So I did you do basically 1 unit per quarter. So you do half the program in the first year and then the second half of the program in the second year. So I'm on unit 7 and I have my training for unit 7 after Thanksgiving break. Yeah, and then I'll do 2 more, 6, I'll do, anyway, however it works out. I'll finish in May.
So the demonstration of efficacy is what I'm getting at here. It's not really going to be seen in like state reading assessments for a while, or is it already, are you already seeing results?
I would argue that I am able to see results fairly immediately because the strategies are so direct at what the students need.
I can literally figure out where you're missing gaps, what grapheme, phoneme correspondence are you missing, and help solve those in my tier 2 instruction time. So I would say it's pretty.
Is FastBridge able to facilitate with that as well in any part, or is that just? Is that working together at all?
So I don't know if necessarily, I would say that there are questions in our FastBridge screening that directly correlate to what I am teaching here. So I would say in that sense, yes. And then of course, anytime you're having a student read and we're gauging that reading accuracy, any kind of strategies that you're doing with this is going to increase that accuracy. So yeah.
FastBridge is a screener.
Yeah.
And they use public QTS.
Yeah.
Really
This is more of what skills she's teaching.
Helps you to drill, okay, got it.
Helps us to get to that spot, so.
So this,
That's awesome.
Tony, how kids have learned to read hasn't changed. It's just,
Right.
the pendulum went to whole language for a
Right,
while.
right.
Which didn't teach kids how to read. And now it's back at turns out it is kind of rocket science. It
Turns out, yeah. And if we really look at what the brain is doing, then we can really figure out. And honestly,
I was able in that first unit when I looked at my son Grady and listened to him read and watched what he was doing, I could tell you the connection from this part of his brain to this part of the brain is what is the connection that wasn't working well. So I'm not a doctor, but I could tell you that this connection that was supposed to happen was not happening. So it was encouraging to me. So
this training
started 3 years ago. We're in the final year. There's one more cohort that the state's starting up in January. This school year, they opened it up to district level staff, and so for districts. So where it started off as early literacy skills, so primary grades, has expanded up, and they've seen the need for it to grow. So this has been a really cool opportunity that Jean's been taking part in and having a meaningful impact across her building. So.
Thank you for sharing that.
All right, celebrating 348 student voices. This is the time of year where that learning activity at the junior high happens. Megan, thank you for scanning all the letters and sending them on. But just so that the students know that we are reading them and that we are paying attention, and also the hard copies are available here to pass around, all of the things that we got, and if you didn't have a chance to look at it electronically. But I do like to summarize the content of the letters so that the students know this wasn't just an academic exercise and nobody really was paying attention. We are paying attention, and again, want to compliment the learning exercise of learning how to engage in a civic manner with a high level of decorum, to be passionate in your advocacy about whatever the topic is, but also to know how to send a very respectful and professional letter. That's such a great skill for our students to learn how to get. We had junior high students, there were 5 of them who sent letters regarding the idea of a 4-day school week. And again, I want to compliment, it wasn't just, we want to go to school 4 days. These letters accompanied pros and cons of not just from the student point of view, but also from the teacher point of view, also from the budgetary point of view, which I was super impressed with, that they were including that. So I thought that was great. If you haven't had a chance to take a look at those, it's great. We had one letter, again, this has come up several times, but advocating for turf and lights for our fields, facilities. We had one letter that was asking for the board to consider making the day after Halloween a day off school. I think many parents would would not hate that idea. But that's for somebody else to take on. But I appreciated the letter because I get it. Another one was longer passing periods in between class, sort of describing what that's like if you have several tasks to accomplish in between class. And again, I want to compliment because the letters were not just, here's what I would like you to fix. They also accompanied proposed solutions to consider, which I thought was incredible. Again, that's such a great skill to not just be able to identify something you would like to improve, but accompany that with a solution or a potential suggestion. So many of these students, even with the 4-day or whether it was the longer passing period, we could start school this many minutes earlier and go this many minutes later. So they were thinking about those things along with their asks. And then the last letter that I came across was one that was talking about potentially having vaping detectors. To look into that. And that student shared that it was a student who openly shared at our last meeting who went to this special peer training group at the junior high and had this incredible leadership opportunity and brought back some ideas and some skills from that event that she felt very passionate about. She presented that to the board in open session last month, but then she expanded upon that in her letter to us. So that is kind of a very brief overview recap of the types of letters and the number within each category. Am I missing anything that anyone else received something? Okay.
I received one this year, and it was also the 4-day school week.
Yes.
Very articulate letter, had some, had, as you pointed out, thought through the pros and cons to it, and I thought it was a very well-written letter.
Related to celebrating 348 Voices, that's a place that lives here on the agenda. I don't know if, I'm sorry to put you on the spot, and maybe you're including this in your superintendent's report, but the creation of your new group that you're getting input from, would you mind just sharing a little bit about that, because it relates to this?
Okay. I was going to mention that, but
Okay,
I'll do it now, and it takes one more thing off the list there. So something that I've been wanting to establish prior to my time here for the district that I served previously in Eudora, and here is a student advisory council. And this summer, Drew Ising asked me, he said, hey, as we're thinking of working on our teacher mentoring program, just out of the blue, he said, would you be interested in a student advisory council? And I said, yes, I'd love to start one. And so this year we're starting that up. So I've asked for Mr. Ising's help to randomly select 20 students from the junior high and high school, and I'll be meeting with them on Friday over lunchtime, the lunch hour itself, and trying to get their perspective on what's going well. What are some places that we could improve upon, and then maybe what are some of those ideas that they would have that could help us move forward, and just kind of utilize that as we're thinking of our operations that we have. And Mr. Walsmith invited me to two STUCO meetings over at the Intermediate Center to get their ideas as well. So I'm excited about starting this up and hearing our student voices in that regard.
Well, thank you for sharing about that right now. All of that ties in. It isn't just about celebrating, like here's a gold star, here's a happy face, good job. It's not just about celebrating their voices. It's about making sure we're always remembering and being intentional, which ties directly to our strategic plan. We want our kids to feel empowered and own their own educational process, and part of that is having a meaningful voice at the table. So thank you for the work on that, and thank you, students, for writing your letters. All right, Baldwin Built Employee of the Month.
All right, so this one will be done a little bit differently. This particular winner is currently coaching tonight, so they are not present, but we did hijack their day off while they were trying to take care of some tasks at home, and so we got to be on a phone call with them to share the news there. And I think tomorrow would be a great time to crash the classroom with their wrestling championship belt as it goes along with it. So for our month, this month's winner, your November Baldwin Built Employee of the Month has been a fixture for Baldwin schools for 22 years. They have shaped students, build them up, and they educate them to not only be intelligent mathematicians, but also great people. One nomination had this to say: they work so hard to make certain every student in their room is being successful. Their care for students may not always be noticed by those at school, but parents rave about how their child builds confidence in their classroom for life, not just math, but math too. They read the nonverbal cues from students and help them feel at ease, ultimately relieving student anxiety about math. It's this level of engagement and respect for ideas that makes Mr. Scobie a tremendous member of our staff and community. So tomorrow we will be crashing Mr. Scobie's math classes to reveal his championship belt and let him have some fun with his kids. So.
And I will send this with you.
Yes.
The Baldwin Education Foundation collaborates on this Employee of the Month program as a co-sponsor, and so if you wouldn't mind passing that
Would
along
love
from
to.
BEF, that would be
Absolutely.
great. Let's give Mr. Scobie a round of applause. All right, at this time.
I can add,
Go
Kelly.
ahead. Yes.
On our observation day or tour day, I did
Yes.
some fraction math in Mr. Scobie's class.
Yes.
Very educational. Good.
That's awesome. We always could use a refresher, you know? Okay, so we had previously amended that we were going to move the BHS robotics out-of-state field trip request to now. So we'll invite that group forward now so they don't have to wait any longer than they already have. And as we noted, that's occurring tonight between items D and E. Thank you for joining us tonight and for sharing.
So the robotics class is been newly introduced this year. It so far just has us three, but hopefully in future years there'll be more students that sign up because they'll know it exists. It's a studio style class. Basically, we choose what we do while Mr. Ashcraft advises us. If we're lost, he can kind of set us in general direction, but usually we're the ones making the decisions. We decided that we wanted to go to a competition this year in Ladue Middle School in St. Louis, Missouri, but we'll get to that later. We've already created the robots. We're working on coding it. We've self-taught ourselves Python 3 to code the robot, but it was actually different than we thought it would be. It's actually block coding, so we might in the future years have not that as a requirement, but this is the first time it's been, and this is one of the first classes that has been studio driven. To my knowledge. So
the competition we chose to enter is the VEX VRC over under competition. It's kind of like soccer for robots, but a little different. When we go to competition, we'll be paired up with another team there to face another team of two different teams. And it starts with a 15-second autonomous period, so coded portion, before it switches to driver control for 1:45. And then at the end of the match, the robot uses its claw and arm to grab a hold to a PVC pipe and try and raise itself up. And then based on how high you get points for that. And then you also get points for doing certain stuff during the autonomous period and how many balls you get in certain goals and such.
It's not as complicated as it sounds, but
it should be interesting.
Wordy.
The location of this field trip is St. Louis, Missouri, and it's going to be from February 3rd through the 5th. Our sponsor is Jim Ashcraft, our teacher, and then us three will be the students attending. We need one van as a mode of transportation, and the approximate budget or cost is $1,000. And then we hope to use money from the school budget, grants we may apply for it, or our own contributions.
So we chose St. Louis quite early on in the year when there weren't many options that we could choose from. But at the time we chose St. Louis because A, it's relatively close compared to other competitions that we were eligible for. It was also, it's in February, which is not too far from the school year ending, but it still is enough time for us to learn what we did wrong, learn what we did right, and kind of make some edits before we go into another competition if we want to. It also gave us plenty of time to build the robot because we didn't know how long it would take or encode it and all that. So we might, in the future, apply for other field trips to go to other places, but for now, we just have the St. Louis planned. That's about all.
Thank you for presenting.
No problem. Any questions?
Want to see the robot?
Oh yeah, we don't have the control. Want to run over to the control?
Oh, they'll do that.
All right. Yeah.
Did I miss you guys saying your names?
Oh, we did not.
Okay, I would love to know
Sorry.
your names.
Marshall Evans, Jason Jimenez, Olson Hibberts. Yeah. We can show that off in a second. It might be a little bit because Ashcraft's room is all the way down the school, so.
Based on your expertise with robots, how long do you think human beings have before the robots turn on us and start killing us?
I don't know how qualified we are to answer that
Based
question.
on just this, I give us a little while.
It's only our first year. Maybe
This only bites ankles.
Yeah, maybe Ashcraft can answer that one. Advisor, advise us, please.
What does that particular machine do?
It's two-wheel drive with the front wheels. It can raise this arm or open this claw here. And then, what was that?
This is the motor.
This is a motor.
We actually do have a camera, but we don't have it attached right now. We wanted to change that. So maybe you'll see that tomorrow, but for now, no camera. Babies.
You should drop it, try it. Yeah, you should drop it, try it.
Don't worry.
Yeah, I know, it looks like a replacement shoulder.
That's not right.
Alright, so.
Now.
We're all doomed. What did, you said, is this thing gonna climb a pole?
Yeah.
Well, essentially we'll
It can't really
be doing this, but on PVC and then.
Oh, I see. Okay.
But that's the problem. We need more motors.
I thought I was going to go be in the battle box.
We could have done that, but maybe that's next year. You'll have to see with that crowd. Yeah, actually, yeah. Making repurposing.
My son did robotics activities tournaments. I think it's a great thing.
Any other questions?
Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So as part of their presentation, because it's out of state, there's sort of two parts here. There's, the board would need to approve the out-of-state trip request. And I'm looking here. So that's one component. The other component is that I believe they're asking for some money. The three parts were potential grants, potential district budgeting, and the third one was, I can't remember.
Student, your own.
Just your own, So I don't think that we have to link those two questions together necessarily, but I also don't know budgetarily, I'm not seeing.
We hadn't planned on asking for any money. We were hoping that we might use some building budget, but for both,
Okay.
they've written grants before.
That's how we got
They're going to write grants again.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear what the ask was as how it lined up with other.
We're just looking for the permission.
Got it. Hit up the
And the
booster
use
club
of the
too.
van.
Yeah,
And the use of the
permission
van.
and the use of the van.
Okay. And reach out to the booster club. Just saying. That's a potential ask. Yes. Okay, so that's all we have to decide. So if there's a motion or other discussion before having the motion about the out-of-state trip request.
Move to approve the out-of-state trip request and allow the use of a school vehicle.
Second.
Susan moved, Andy seconded to approve the out-of-state trip request along with the usage of a school vehicle. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your right hand.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you for the presentation and good luck at your competition. That's awesome.
Thank you very much.
Yes. All right, moving on to public comment. Did we have anyone sign up by 7 p.m., Megan?
No.
No? All right. Then moving on to financial report. First up is the Safety and Security Committee.
Jay has been working, some of the feedback that we got on our facility tours is also in addition to the grant funding that we took part in this summer with the State Schools grant. So this time I will turn it over to Kate.
So we had a security camera bid out. This is part of our, in the capital outlay, there are 3 parts kind of all in one. So there's the cameras and the access controls and the radios we hope to get this year. So this is a part of that. We bid for 7 cameras in the base bid, and there were 3 options. One of the options we didn't have any bids on. The other one was kind of a minor option with, and I sent you pictures of a different way to do the cameras at the DSS. You can make the camera more expensive and get more views. And in that particular case, I was getting more views for reasons of property and not student safety. As it turned out, I had one bid that included that option but didn't give us a base bid, so I don't have a base bid for that. And that option was lower than the base bid. The bid we received with option 1 was lower than the base bid we had that did not include the option. And the third option then was for the intermediate center ball fields. And we did get a couple of bids on that. For tonight's, my recommendation tonight would be that we not accept any of the ball field bids for tonight and just accept the bid for the base cameras from CNC Group for $17,650. Do you have questions? I know it was having the options in there made it all kind of somewhat confusing.
So that CNC bid will cover those 4 locations in the original, or in the bid.
The CNC bid has 2 indoor cameras here at the high school and 5 exterior cameras, mostly pointing at parking lot areas around the district. 2 at the intermediate center, 1 at the primary center, 1 at the junior high that's really looking at the high school, 1 at the DSS that's, actually the one at the DSS is looking more at the bus loading and unloading area, so less at parking lots. So 5 exterior, 2 interior. On the ball field option, part of it was, I included it partly because I had no idea what it was going to entail. I thought we might as well find out. It looks like it's going to be probably a little cheaper than I had suspected. In fact, the first person, the company that didn't bid said it would be at least $20,000. And I think I had 2 bids that came out around $6,000. Part of the problem is one of the companies that bid on, this is why I'm not recommending we accept anything, one of the companies that bid on the ball field option didn't give us a base bid. So we don't know how much extra you would be paying for the ball fields because there's not a non-option bid. They only bid with the ball fields. And the other company bid a total of 7 cameras out there, which made it quite expensive. And we could reduce that down and do fewer cameras, but that's a little confusing too as far as the way things play out. I also did hear from Baldwin Recreation today, and they are not interested in splitting any of the costs for those cameras, so that probably makes a little bit of a difference there as well. Certainly at your direction, I can, pursue the ball field cameras after we accept this bid. But I would recommend that for tonight, we just go with the base bid, the base cameras on the base bid. But I'm certainly, you're welcome to discuss it. And
just to be clear, that lowest base bid was from CNC.
the lowest base bid was from CNC. The other, so we didn't have a base bid from DH Pace. They only bid with the ball fields. I tried to make it as clear as I could in the bid specification. They were there and talked, but they did not give us a base bid. I think it may have just been an error in their submittal. And it's not the type of thing with the way you do, these state bids that we can go back and ask them to change it or give us a different number. We talked about it, like, could you give us a different number? But if they had been in the room, they would have known what the other bids were, and at that point, they could make up the number to make it work. So they weren't in the room, but it still is not kind of against the rules of how you deal with these closed bids. So for the ones that are the ones that KSD has rules about. So we didn't go back and ask them what their base bid was. And so we only have an option with the ball fields. And the other base bid was for $17,904. And so CNC bid with option 1, $17,650. So we get a little better camera at the at the DSS where we're looking at. That camera has 4 heads on it, so basically we'll be able to see the bus unloading, part of the junior high, but we can also go on around the corner and see the front of the DSS and kind of over towards the buses a little bit too. And the DSS is where the technology office is, so we sometimes have stuff going in and out of there that we want to keep an eye on.
So by accepting this bid, that doesn't mean you're going to stop looking at options for the areas of number 2 and 3.
So number 2 is the camera in the elevator. No one bid on that. I did have to have a general estimate from the elevator company of around $12,000. It would be kind of out of my budget area there, unless you wanted to expand that budget for this year, then I could explore that. Option 3, without sharing, again, I can explore that.
We have to be careful how we talk about it.
I'm just saying I could explore spending going forward with option 3, but I probably would do that at your direction, depending on, or we would do it after, because I guess the way the capital outlay money was specified, I kind of need to see how much the access control and how much the radios are going to cost, and that might be something we circle back around.
Yeah.
At that point, it would probably be something where we didn't need to do a formal bid, so if it was something we were interested in pursuing, we could pursue that probably just in a normal gather quotes kind of way.
Got it. That makes sense. Thank you.
Other questions?
Kay has worked really hard and gotten very thorough with this. And she goes through and tries to uncover every single detail that she possibly can. So I thank Kay for going to the depths that you went to for this.
We have around, the capital outlay budget is just under $60,000, where 40 of that was our capital outlay, and around 19, I don't remember the last 3 numbers, but around another 20,000 came from the state with the matching grant. And just on my initial budget, this is maybe, it kind of just depends on how everything else plays out, but this is right in the ballpark of, I was thinking around 25%. It's a little over that, but it's not a lot over that.
Well, you were working a lot of things simultaneously, so thank you for that. And I know how thorough you are.
Well, like I said,
I only have to read your email. That's a compliment, because I like the level of specificity, because if it's not your mastery content area, you give all the information, so that even if it's something you don't have a lot of specific knowledge about, you can understand the work and the research that's
led to your recommendation?
I would not say I'm an expert in security cameras at all. I do the way I'll do the bids typically is by view. I'll say we want this view. And I do let, the bidders come up more with, how to best give us that view.
Well, the fact that our SRO had meaningful input in this process is good enough for me, along with your legwork. So I move to approve the bid provided by CNC in the amount of $17,650.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye. Raise your right hand.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you very much.
Mike has spoke previously regarding the bay renovation, and the final phase for that bay renovation is the conference room space. We discussed as part of the facility tours, the high school is in need of a conference room space, and that's what Mike is here to present tonight on the enclosure that could be in the conference room in the bay. Right, Mike?
Well, you guys read the board docs and my weekly report. We had the bid opening. We had 4 bids come in, 3 of them qualified. The lowest qualified bid was integrity class with $36,475, and that's what I'm recommending that that you guys accept in that. They met all the specifications that we needed and had all the documents provided.
Did they specify a timeline on construction?
I'm going to talk to them about that. In the bid, we had, I think we had spring break, so I'm going to either try for that or the first part of summer. Yeah.
I move we accept the bid from Integrity Glass for the conference room in the bay.
Second.
Who was it?
It was definitely me.
Okay, it's definitely. All right, it has been moved and seconded, moved by Kelly, seconded by Andy to move to accept the bid from Integrity Class for $36,475.
Yep.
All those in favor, please say aye. Raise your right hand.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you, guys.
Just so that everyone's clear, if you haven't been following or watching from home, this is actually going to result in the installation of a conference and classroom, which we've been talking about all along, but it gives another meeting space for specialized meetings. It also gives another learning space that's soundproof. That's what Mike's been working on. It will help round out that new space to be more usable for many different groups. And also both of those 2 items meet our objective of target area 4 underneath our strategic plan, which is important to note. All right.
But I also want to point out one of our deliveries of the furniture came today, so the trick now is now starting to put those items together and get them installed. So it's coming together quick.
Awesome. That's exciting. All right, administrative reports. We took care of part 1 earlier, and so now we have the Parents as Teacher Program Handbook and Job Description Update.
Welcome, Ms. Deanna.
Thank you. I just need approval of our policy handbook. Every year we have to make sure that if there are changes in our program, that it's part of our policies. This year we are going through our quality endorsement process, and so that required me to fine-tooth comb through everything. So you should have gotten a copy. The update should be in yellow. Most of them are minor paperwork things, like how many days do we have to complete a file and that sort of thing. A couple new things are we are adding a parent depression screening that we are doing with all of our families. We also had to add some stuff about how to handle virtual visits, which we started doing through COVID. And then probably the biggest change is the change in the job descriptions. The way they were written before were written very much for a preschool teacher in a classroom. And so I've gone in and modified those to reflect much more of what we do with our home visiting program. And I think you've already looked at the parent, educator, coach position. But in this particular document, I've made a kind of significant change for the coordinator. In the past, it has said that we had to have a teaching degree. And my recommendation is that's not necessary. Frankly, I'm not sure a teaching degree is the first thing I would look for in a coordinator. It needs to be somebody who understands child development, who has done home visiting, or has social work or mental health background. Those are the things we spend a lot of time doing. So that's a big change. Just that what it says now is if the change is approved, is that a current Kansas early childhood license is what's the word I want? Is preferred or comparable work experience.
And I checked with KSEE and we were talking about it. It's not required at the national level,
nor is it required at the state level.
Okay.
No. Does anybody have any questions about the changes or?
Yeah, what was the motivation to, not that I'm opposed to it, but to do the depression screening?
Actually, that's one of the national parents as teachers requirement.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
We have it's a requirement that we have protocols on mental health for our parents, substance abuse, child abuse, and intimate partner violence. So it's a recommendation from the National Center. And because we are going through the quality endorsement process, that is one of the standards, is if we do that. And we talked as a staff and decided we thought it was important. We spend a lot of time on our home visits talking about mental health with our families. It's always an option, though, for families. Any of our screenings that we do, we explain what we're doing, and if they say no thank you, then that's fine.
It is a piece, though, that I know both of your coworkers have mentioned comes up quite a bit. So kind of support in that area within the home.
Anything else?
I move we approve the Parents as Teachers handbook with the updates and changes.
Second.
Susan has moved. Tony has seconded to approve the updates to the handbook as presented. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your right hand. Aye. Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so last spring, we talked about the importance of doing an enrollment study. And so we reached out to RSP, who specializes in enrollment studies, who has done enrollment studies all over, particularly our area in neighboring school districts, to help provide feedback to districts regarding what does this look like for planning purposes, what do our numbers look like, where's our trend going, and then looking at the next 5 years or so, getting an idea of what our numbers can do. For some districts, that helps them as they're doing capital planning. For other districts, it helps them as they're navigating the budget and staffing functions. So in our situation, it kind of hits everybody. So we've got Robert here with RSP, who will be up here shortly, and he'll be able to share the report that they found, as they spent a great deal of time in our community the last 4 or 5 months, just doing some interviews and doing some hopes of what's going on.
She's getting pulled up. So one thing I know, you were talking about babe detection. My high school kids, before they graduated, they put babe detection in. And the thing they didn't like about it is when we went to the bathroom, it no longer smelled like cotton candy.
That was the downside.
That was the downside. That was the downside.
Some little bit of humor. So tell me when we're up. So again, as this is coming up, thank you for this evening for me to be able to talk with you guys about what's happening with your enrollments. I know you received this presentation. I'm going to kind of fly this at about 100,000 foot view. If I get too detailed, just kind of say, come on, let's go. Because I can talk a lot, as Mark knows from our conversations. it's pretty cool, some of the things that we tried to dig into, things that we were very much concerned about, like every district, is what happens with 2024 with open enrollments. That's going to be tied to your capacity. I'll talk a little bit about that. I know you're familiar with probably the work that we're doing all around you, particularly with the Panasonic plants, and what does that mean as far as what we see for economic development, what does this mean for our enrollments. So a lot of cool things. With RSP, we are based in Kansas. This Saturday marks year number 20. 20 years ago, I started the company. So pretty cool. We do only work with school districts through the Midwest. And so that's kind of the advantage that we have, is our product, our analysis is all featured towards trying to help you make good decisions based on data. With the report, this expectations page, this really kind of gets into what we want you to get out of this report. There's a lot of information, and so we try to break it down simplistically, so things you can take to the community, things you can use in items such as your long-range plan, your facility master plan, your strategic plan, how to make some decisions. It's broken into these sections, basically these 4 parts, and then there's a huge appendix for other elements if you want to look at some things in greater detail. We'll get started with the past enrollment and demographics. So that 100,000-foot perspective, we're indicating that your enrollment's going to be stable with some slight increase over the next 5 years. You're going to see some differences between the elementary, the middle school, and the high school. And I'll kind of showcase why we see some of those changes happening. Capacity, that's going to be one of those elements that with the number of students that can be served in your buildings, how does that impact the programs? How does this impact who you can let into the district? Because that's one of the key things with open enrollment. Do you have space? The third component that we looked at was the development activity. So obviously every district saying, hey, the Panasonic plan, it's going to have some sort of impact on us. I remember way back when, I'm old enough now, if you can't tell by my gray hair, I used to work years and years ago as the planner, kind of city admin for Wellsville. And so there was a lot of conversation about here on the east side of Baldwin, hey, we're going to have this industrial complex that's going to have all these different jobs. Yeah, that didn't happen, did it? So lots of things that are planned for, and that's what we try to put into our analysis of what's happening in the community. So we always start with visuals. I think it's important to see visuals of what is our district boundary. So you'll see insets of maps that show the entire district. So you can see the rural area. You can see how it stretches up just right to the south side of the Lawrence School District. And then we have a zoom in right here to Baldwin City, so you can get a context of what's happening. We have broken the district into what we call planning areas. So we're trying to target development. So is it a single-family development, mobile homes, townhomes, apartments? They all have different yield rates. They all track different types of students, number of students and type of students that need to be served. And so that's the foundation of how we try to look at the analysis for every community that we work in. All of this information that we collect, all of these variables off to the side, just to give you a breakdown, we're looking at census data, we're looking at state data sets, your school district data sets, the city, county data sets, all of that gets fed into our sophisticated forecast model, statistical model, regression model to look at what's the opportunity of students either increasing or decreasing or remaining the same down to those planning areas that I talked about. So pretty cool that we can kind of break some of that stuff down to that level. One of the metrics that we really try to hone in on is what's happening with live births. So if I look at what's been happening nationally, we use 2007 as our benchmark, RSP does, because that was before the housing downturn of 2008. We compared that 2007 to 2022, the last complete year of live birth data, we're down 23% in live births. So this is starting to signify that the millennials are having fewer children and waiting longer to have children, right? So those elements are going to impact what do we potentially see for the number of future kindergartners. So when we look at live birth data, what we try to understand is where have we been and where are we currently and how does that impact where we think we may go in the future. So live birth data, one of the negatives to it, if I was to say any sort of wording to this, is it's given to us as an annual number. So if more of those live births were October, November, December, their ability to be kindergartners gets pushed out a year, right? So there's that element. There's also the element of migration and how 5 years ago there may be families that lived here, had a live birth, and they're no longer here. And vice versa, there could be people that moved into the community that didn't have a baby born. But this is one of those metrics that starts to set the conversation of how many potential kindergartners could we be getting if we maintain our market share or the market share range that when I look at that last column, those previous years, I think it goes back to like 5.8 to 7.5%. So if we want more kindergartners and live births have declined from like 1,300 to just a little over 1,000 when I'm looking at Douglas County, we have to gain a greater market share, right? Because that amount that we're going after is less. So it's one of those things that when we're looking at a forecast, is it a positive or a negative? Here with the amount of live births, it's a negative that would be saying potentially a decline. One of the other things that we look at is with the past enrollment by grade is we're kind of seeing a leveling out of students when we look at just the number of students by grade. When I look at the senior class, last year it was 96, and then this year's kindergarten class is 85. And so a larger class exiting, smaller class coming in, that starts to point, again, the potential for a decline is greater because some of the largest grades are moving through up into the high school. The other way we look at this, and this is where migration starts to play in, is the cohort change. So a cohort, basically as you go from like second to third grade or eighth to ninth grade, how's that changing over time? So what's been great from last year to this year, we see some really good increases. So that was kind of a positive ad that started to say, okay, live births are declining, larger grades in the upper high school grades, smaller incoming kindergarten. Well, what will we potentially see with what I would start to coin a subdivision life cycle? So we don't have a lot of new developments. So it's the existing housing. How do people who were in those homes move out and new families move in? And do they have school-age children? This is some of what we're seeing with this bump. We also think some of the bump is related to what we experienced in Lawrence with the closing of buildings and people getting reshuffled around in boundaries. They may have a negative towards the district, so they want to come into your district, right? So those are some of the things that we started to look at. As we move into migration, we're showing you a lot of information here, and we're looking at 3 school years at the elementary, the intermediate, the middle school, and high school. So the green parts of the bar represent students that the previous year of the year we're analyzing, they were here. And then in that year, they left. And so they left. Are they still living here but went somewhere else? Our data doesn't tell us that. That's something that when you look at where transcripts were sent, you'd be able to start to flush out. Did they stay here and choose homeschool, private school, parochial school, right? The orange part of the bar are students that are new to the district at each of these levels. So this is students that weren't here last year being served. They are now being served. So looking at that student ID, what's happening. So what's great about this is we see a positive increase. So again, this starts to say potential for increasing enrollment. So we kind of have a mixed bag here. Some elements saying a decline, others saying an increase. We'll talk more as we get into the projections. When we start to look at the out-of-district students, so these are students that don't live in your boundaries and come in. One of the assumptions that we initially make is they're likely staff don't live in your district. They're able to bring their kids in. And I already mentioned things that we were looking at with the districts where we get the most kids are from Wellsville and from USD 497. And so those are things to see. Do we continue that trend as we move forward in our statistical analysis? Yes, we're going to continue moving this forward. I would say instead of having 90 students, we're probably likely to be in that 100 to 110 students moving forward from out of district. The caveat, do you have space? Because it may be some decisions where you're like, we're just kind of at the point where the number of students at particular grades, you may not have the space with your staffing. That's something you guys get to control. With the breakdown of how we analyze your district at that planning area level, these next series of maps help us understand how things have changed over time. So when we look at that top map, that's really where the greater amount of students are in the city limits of Baldwin City, right? So where we see orange, it's been an increase from 5 years ago, 1920 to the 23-24 school year. Green is where there's been a decrease. So again, just giving you a sense, snapshot, what are we seeing for students change down at that planning area level? This map, I think, is a better depiction of what we're seeing with students. So it's a heat map. The darker the red, the greater the location of students' residences in proximity to what we're showing on this map. So again, a lot of it right here in this area right to the east and south of the complex we're on. So again, it's a mixed bag of increases and decreases, and that's why we get to the projections, why some of it is like stable to some slight increases. We'll talk about how that happens. So development and growth trends. Always like to start with a visual of what's happening with census population estimates. That's the green line. So it's the top line. So it's saying more people are moving into the community. So that's pretty cool. The blue line represents the amount of building activity for residential. And there's a little bit, but really not a lot. I think the high is like about 53 units. And then I think our most recent data, we're at 2. Well, it's an incomplete year until all that stuff happens. But you guys know, driving around, there's not like a lot of activity. Some of the things that we look at with the building activity is mortgage interest rates, right? They've gone up. I know my interest rate on my house, like under 3%. Why would I buy a house that's now like 8%? And we think there'll be some pressure to move up closer to 10% if the Fed bumps it like they're indicating they might do in the next go around, which is, I think, next month. So we got to watch those things because that impacts movement of our existing inventory as well as new inventory that could be built. The red line represents our enrollment change over time the last few years. So you can see we've been positively increasing since the pandemic. And so I would say we've probably come out of the pandemic where we'd say we're at a recovery. Most districts we work with, we're still not in a COVID recovery. With where our enrollment is. So you're an anomaly of what we see just in this particular region. When we get into the yield rate, again, just to get a sense as we have new developments come online, what could we potentially see? And so I always like to show, usually there's a difference between single family and multifamily. So multifamily is everything that's not single family. So mobile homes, duplexes, apartments fit in that category. We're pretty similar. That's atypical. Most districts we usually see with multifamily half as much as single family. But again, I think this goes into when we look at the age of your inventory and the price break points, that starts to impact why we see some of this. We look at where inventory, the age of it. When we get to the red areas, that's where we have the newest inventory. And as we move into the blues and greens, it's older. So again, planning areas, what's happening with the age of that inventory. When we look at the median home value from the county data sets, what's affordable, what's not affordable. And we have some pretty affordable areas, particularly in the core area of the community. And as we radiate out to the rural areas, it becomes more expensive. And yeah, that makes sense, right? What do we see for some of that housing product? We then looked at where units were being built. Dots, you can see not a lot of dots. Same thing if we went north into Lawrence. We don't see a lot of building inventory. Come over to Olathe, Blue Valley, even Gardner, we see a lot of building activity. So this starts to help us understand how some of the rural lots are getting split and we see units being built when we get into the rural area. Development over time, this is a visual to get a sense of by decade for all but the last column. The gray represents the units that were available at the start of the decade. The maroon areas were what was built during that decade. And so 2000 and 2009, we had quite an explosive growth of units in that decade, and that kind of helped propel some of the enrollment that we've seen, which is why now you hear me using words like subdivision life cycle. How does that change over time? That's the existing inventory is what is dominating right now until we start to see any new potential residential developments. From our tour and conversations with the city, we developed a map that kind of helps us understand future areas that could develop or are developing right now. So the green are areas that are being developed right now, where there's infrastructure there, building permits could be issued. That's just north of here is one of those areas. Yellow areas are things that could develop and might be closer to the 5 years. And then if we have purple areas, we're out towards 10. And I think most of our stuff is really looking at 5 years, because 10 years is kind of a coin flip of what we might see. And then this is a table that then ties back to what that map illustrates. So again, you can see potential units that could be built. Not very many, 30 in the current, and then in the 5 year time period, 135. This can change as the economic development variables change, as some of the developers, builders choose to start to build. So we gotta watch this. We also looked at Baker University enrollments. Being a university town, even though it's not as large as University of Kansas, getting a sense of what's happened with that enrollment. And it's quite a bit lower than what we've seen in previous years. This impacts how they staff the university. This impacts who's going to be living in the community and what the maybe demographics are of who's going to be employed by them. Will they have school-age kids? When I look at other places like where University of North Dakota, we saw them do some cuts in their staffing, and that majorly impacted what we saw for enrollment in their community. So this is something, again, we're watching. It has an impact. So again, some mixed things with development. I would have liked to have seen more things with developments, but we're not seeing that. And I think one of the things that we wanted everyone to know is, yes, Panasonic is just up the road. It's not that very much far from where you are. But the key indicators, because we're doing work in your district, Gardner-Edgerton, Lawrence, Eudora, DeSoto, so everything right in this quadrant. Everybody thinks the Panasonic battery power plant is going to have some sort of major impact on them. What I can tell you, it's all based on where infrastructure is, transportation, and access to what the development could be. Probably there'll be some sort of impact here for sure. We saw that with the intermodal, right? There's some movement of people wanting to live in a smaller community. But as far as the economic impact, we don't see something that's going to be directly impacting how we would see a lot of new enrollments. So student projections. So here we are in 23-24 at about 1,400 kids. And when we get out to 27-28, or actually 28-29, we see we're at about almost 1,450. The big thing that I see here that's happening, and why I love to give you visuals of asking the questions or thinking about how the impact of what we've looked at means for your enrollment, you can go back to like page 11 with the enrollment by grade. And you start to see what I would call like the pig and the snake effect. So think about the snake eating the pig, and as that pig's getting digested, if you think about this with students, not that they're getting digested, but as they move through the snake, there's larger classes, smaller classes. As they move through, they create some of stresses of too much, and then sometimes with a little bit not enough. So as we look at the elementary enrollment on here, pull this up and get my glasses out. That's the other bad thing about age. So when we look at this, we have your elementary enrollment. We're at about 645 now. So your PK5 at 645. And we have you by 28-29 being at almost 690. We look at your middle school, you're at 340, basically about 340 when we get out to 28, 29. And then when we look at your high school, it's about 420, and you're at about 440. So maintaining, and that's a good thing. Most districts in Kansas are losing enrollment, so we're at least maintaining slight increases. And as you look at that purple line, you can see we kind of jump up into the 420s, 430s, and then we kind of plateau there.
Would you repeat for the elementary? You said it was going to be in 28, 29, it was going to be 6 what?
Did I say 690? It's actually 670.
670, okay.
Yeah, I have 668 there. So reasonable forecast for you, and that's where I try to say, here's some things that we think are potential for decreasing, others for increasing. I think it's the out-of-district students, it's the subdivision life cycle as we see older people move on and younger families move in, the smaller community that drives some people for being connected is very different than what you're going to see in some of the neighboring districts. Plus, you have really well kept up facilities for sure. And I like to hear where you said you're going to have more conference room space for some of the meetings. That's a huge thing for buildings and being able to do what needs to happen. All of these different notes get into how you look at this next page. So here we can see we have quite a bit of space when I see green. So green means there's, with the number that we were provided for the capacity, we have just on the surface space in these buildings. When we get into staffing, you may not have as much space as indicated with it being under a 70% school capacity. Or you may look at some of these buildings and the width of the hallway or how the programs are best served in those buildings. Maybe there's not really as much space as shown there. So we have each of the buildings listed, what that grade configuration is, the capacity that was provided by the district, and then as you move to the right for the past enrollment, we show that for 4 school years. So that's from 2020-21 school year through the 23-24 school year. And you see what the enrollment is for the middle row, green font, is reside. So based on where they live, how that coincides with being a resident in the district. The top row, out of district, is just that. They don't live in the district, but those particular grades, how did they then aggregate out of district plus reside equals the attend? That's something a little bit different with some of the districts where we forecast, where we're telling you, here's the out of district, here's the in district, and we thought that was valuable for you as you look at how you use your buildings, how you plan for them with 2024. What does that mean for the makeup, the composition, the demographics of students that could be in each of these buildings? The only building where we're showing that there's potential stresses is at the intermediates. So it's not like you can move a grade down to the primary, like you can't move the 3rd grade down there. That would be the same thing. We'd have capacity issues there. When we look at the junior high, we could potentially restructure things. It would appear that there's space there, but that may get into how you staff that building. What are certifications? Do you want 5th graders with 8th graders? We work with districts where there's 5A buildings. That's not unusual, but sometimes it's the way you fit it into space. So that's something that's an ongoing conversation with your admin team. So I'm not trying to advocate you do that or don't do that. I'm going to pause there. Is there questions on what you see with the breakdown of enrollments with your grade center bands?
Just a comment real quick. As a colorblind person, I'm struggling with this chart.
Okay, good.
You can ever afford a colorblind consultant?
You would be good. All right, yeah. So I think it's hard with the purple, greens, and blues.
There's only, am I correct that there's only one line here that's over 100% school capacity?
Correct, and it's going to be Baldwin Intermediate. Correct. I bet for you the orange and the green look pretty similar.
They do.
All right, yeah. I'll make some changes because I think there's some things we can do so you could better see it for sure.
This data was listed further. I was just struggling with this chart.
Cool. I will make a note because there are some things we can do to help, because I think 40% of men have some sort of color challenges for sure. So that's the projections by building. These are just some observations that kind of get at where I was saying what could increase, what could decrease, because you don't need to do a study like this every year. It might be that you come back in 2 years or 3 years. I wanted to set you up where if you do come back and say we need to do a study, it's like, hey, Rob, there's more development activity, or we've seen some sort of shift with the employment base and something radical is changing. So I think with what we've tried to capture with the data sets, this seems like a pretty good forecast for what you need to plan for. The other thing that I think you need to monitor is the preschool, right? That's, again, tied to some of the live birth data, right? So what do we see? What is that program need? And I've seen a mixed bag with districts your size and a little bit larger with what we're seeing for preschool enrollment. I think coming out of the pandemic, I think a lot of parents are seeing that there's a lot of value for actually having curriculum for those preschool students. And so some places we've seen it actually go up, and other places it's just kind of stayed about the same. And I think that gets into how can you staff it, right, with that peer to role model parameter. So don't need to list all of these key considerations. Again, try to tie it back to pages so you can go back and you can have the conversation of, well, we're seeing more building activity or live births are changing. And I think this last visual that I kind of wanted to leave you with is with things that could make the forecast be lower or things that could make the forecast be higher. So if you think about this on a pendulum of left to right, so for color challenge, the left-hand side for enrollment decreases, think about that. Those are things that could bring our enrollment below the forecast. The right-hand side is what could pull it up. And then I show a visual on the bottom of how, here's our forecast, here's where we think you're headed, how some of those could undulate to make it maybe a little bit more or a little bit less. And then there's lots of stuff in the appendix. Some of that is really for like writing grants or digging a little bit deeper. And I'll just kind of showcase a couple things like the demographics piece. The city could use some of this stuff for how they look at things to try to attract things. We'd hope the city would try to use this as part of their capital improvement plan, their long-range plan, to be able to, again, attract other businesses and change some of the things. So you'll see some other metrics in there that's in the full report. Questions that you all have?
I'll just start by saying I'm a huge fan of this kind of study. I think it can drive so many crucial decisions that we're talking about. And it's funny, some things never change. I was on the board when we did the intermodal and the last bond was kind of happening all together. We did a study. And we were really worried about it. Is growth going to, are we going to have to expand everything? And they said, well, where are they going to live? Which is kind of the same thing. We're not building a lot of subdivisions in town and creating a lot of opportunity for new people to move in. And that has not changed, perhaps, sadly. But I think it's super valuable and we're grateful.
You bet.
Questions, comments?
Well, I think to Andy's point, my primary takeaway that would have impact to our projections would be housing. And of course, we also know through our discussions tonight, we have a new open enrollment world that we live in. We have this Panasonic thing happening. And how that all collides, we'll have to just wait and see. But is there any other factors that you guys look for districts like ours that can help? I mean, it's kind of back to the viewpoint of needing housing, but is there anything that stands out to attract people to, a district over other districts?
Yeah.
That you take into consideration, or it's just pretty much data-driven?
Data-driven, but I think the programs that you offer, those are an attraction piece to the out-of-district students that may come in and choose to be here. There's always the other things of like a football team that goes on to state and wins things, right? Those are always drivers of like just excitement. other options to get there. You have to recruit the right kids, right?
That's what it is.
Well, and that program has made a lot of gains as well, but I wanted to go back to something that you said. I want to make sure that I understood you correctly, because I wrote down that, there are different reasons why people choose. Yes, it's tied to facilities, it's tied to housing, all the obvious things, economic opportunity, et cetera. We can certainly partner with the city on some of that, but a lot of those types of aspects are out of our domain. But you said, I thought you said, the drive for connection can be, if you want the community connectedness, and you didn't say it exactly in that way, which is why I want to make sure that's what I thought you were getting at. That sometimes people might pick something smaller because of those that intangible, you want that smaller connected feel.
Correct.
I don't want to put words in your mouth or misstate what you said.
Yeah, so some of the larger systems around us, the students may feel a lack of connection because there's just so many kids, and so I may want to be in a smaller system. Or let's say we see this a lot with some of the students where maybe I'm just a all right basketball player, but I can come into a smaller system and maybe get playing time. There's different elements there, which is why I go back to the programming that you offer. If we're trying to attract out-of-district students because we have capacity in our buildings, or we have the ability to staff, those are going to be the metrics that would push you up because of the value add that your district can provide their students.
To me, that's very affirming with the things that are already in our strategic plan, but it's nice to see how that actually relates. Those can be sort of qualitative components, but it's, I appreciate being able to relate that quantitatively to what we have and what we could have based on some of those things that are a little bit more intangible, but nevertheless important. I had one other question, but I lost it. Anybody else have anything?
I do have a question here. If I'm looking at this data right, it looks like we have more students transferring into our system at the high school level than at the middle school and the elementary level, for instance. Is that a fairly common pattern that you see in other school districts as well, where you get more mobility, I guess, in those upper grades?
Yeah, typically, I think you're looking at is it the migration?
It's slide 13.
Yeah, it's also on that table for the projections of our building as well, but.
Yeah. So, there's a lot of movement, but if I was to really statistically say where we see the most movement, it's kind of a mixed bag as we look at these multiple years. Usually at the high school level, we see the most changeover.
Yeah.
And some of the changeover is related to all that, like what will a household do? What's the driving factor of where they get jobs and whatnot?
Okay.
So
Yeah.
So that's all.
Thank you. Did that buy you time to remember your question, Kelly?
Yes.
Okay.
It was related to what, thanks, Chris. You did a solid. It was related to what you said about preschool programming, about parents wanting not just, again, I don't want to put words in your mouth, I want to make sure I was understanding it correctly, that they're wanting curriculum, it was something on that note. I got a little.
A lot of parents are, through the pandemic, there were some learning challenges that occurred, right? And so I think a lot of the parents are seeing that there's value add when you actually have an educational piece, and it's just not daycare to take care of my kid. And traditionally, school districts are very much better suited for that. You're usually limited by a budget, you're limited by your space, and then you're limited by that peer to role model ratio that drives, because you don't necessarily want to be in competition to those households that maybe are serving the preschool.
That's what I thought you meant, but I wanted to be sure.
Absolutely.
Because that will interface with other conversations. So I wanted to make sure I wasn't misconstruing. Thank you.
I'll just say as a comment, you never like seeing that you have a building that's potentially going to be overcrowded in the near future. But maybe of all the buildings, the IC was built with expansion in mind. It's relatively, it's not cheap. It's relatively cheap to extend that pod that extends eastward, which is somewhat good news.
You said that was a couple years out, right, where it's gonna be right at capacity, upwards of 6% over?
I think we're right there right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
For next year.
Yeah.
Third grade's already there.
Yeah.
But 28 in a class, apparently. No, yeah, we'll have to figure out some relief options should we get to that point, of course, but to your point earlier, there's not a viable option to, currently that divine line is second to third grade, they transfer up to the intermediate center. It's not a viable plan to shift them into back into the primary center for third grade, because that building would be over capacity at that point too, if we shifted
Correct.
90 kids down to that level or something.
That's basically you shift the capacity from one building to.
Right. We'll send it to the middle school. Derek, you get it, buddy. Yeah.
Starting discussions in the back of the room, yeah.
No, I agree with earlier statements. This is extremely helpful to kind of see that projection, and I mean, truthfully, it brings me a bit of pride to see that other folks recognize the quality of Baldwin schools by sending their kid, even if they don't live here currently, and also the retention that we're seeing growth year over year for our kids here. We're not seeing that pattern hold up for other communities, such as Lawrence or Gardner or Olathe, where they have not rebounded from the pandemic. We're seeing that rebound already happen for us, which is very welcomed. Sure.
Historically, at least over the last 20 years, it speaks well of our community that in the face of most of Kansas shrinking, we have stayed stable or increased a little bit. I think I went to a KSB seminar long ago, and he said at that time, 15 years ago, we were the lowest percentage of U.S. population we'd been since statehood. Because a lot of towns are fading away.
Yeah.
We're lucky not to deal with those issues.
Right.
So you pointed out in that orange color that Andy can't see that the IC is going to be at capacity. Is there any data in your, that I don't recall seeing it here, that shows how much, I know you said 70%, under 70%, but is there more detailed information as far as what your study shows the junior high and high school having for capacity, as far as operating under capacity?
I would say there's probably more conversation about what is that capacity and what I would say is like a functional capacity. So how are the programs operating? What are things that you maybe want to use those spaces for? So like with those kids with robotics, there may be a need for a different space for beyond just the classroom, things that maybe has some more height or whatnot. So I think there's ways that when you look at how the programs are operating in these buildings may be more full than what the green may indicate. So to me, there's more conversation administration has to have as far as how are those spaces used and is it really, like if we look at the high school, is it really a 760 building or is it something a little bit smaller? Typically, these are probably more architecturally driven capacities and not necessarily the program capacity. So that's why I wasn't overly concerned with this beyond saying, hey, you probably need to look at what that is. Specifically, if you're looking at how can you reach more out-of-district kids, or is there potential for more out-of-district kids to come into your district? But good notification on what you're observing.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you very much. I personally would like us to be able to share this with our friends in the city leadership, just so they have access to it. It's great information to have. I know they're doing their own studies as well, but it's always good to find affirming studies and for everyone to be aware of all of those elements because it all has to work together. If you wouldn't mind.
Nope, not at all.
Okay.
I made a note of that already.
Perfect. Okay. All right. Good work. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Break.
Intermission.
You guys needing a break? Okay, keep that fresh in your mind because it'll segue nicely into our 3-year staffing plan. We'll call a recess. All right, we'll go ahead and call the meeting back to order. At this point, we will circle back into the 3-year staffing plan.
All right, as I shared with you previously, the 3-year staffing plan that we started it last year as we were trying to prioritize hiring. We want to utilize this as an ongoing 3-year outlook in terms of what are the needs for our district. In some cases, it's a maintenance of positions. In other cases, it's, okay, here are some new positions that we may want to consider adding based on needs, programming, et cetera. And so what I've shared with you tonight is just a first draft. I'm already noticing an edit where it says August 4th. I need to update that date there, so I'll take care of that when we move forward. But this is a first look. This is not an ask to approve tonight. What I'm wanting to do is gather some feedback. We've heard some information. We've just talked about an enrollment policy. We've had RSP come in and provide the enrollment study. What I've got before you is for some consideration and eliciting some feedback to you. Essentially what I'd like to do is present this to the board in December for an ask for approval, and I'll explain why. We're undergoing some uncertainty with funding, and just calling the spade a spade. So we are in the 5th year of Gannon, right? So this was the 5th year where we had a guaranteed consumer price index average of 3 years that allowed us to have a financial idea of what the per student funding was going to be. So we're in that final year. This next legislative session, the legislature has the opportunity to kind of step away from Gannon at this point. There's some debate in terms of the constitutionality of it, the court's ruling over it. It's still in debate. But anyways, with that said, with talk of with the per pupil funding itself, which this year was $5,088, which is fantastic, but it only counts for the highest enrollment of the last 2 years when we talk about state aid for our budget. We've had an increase based on what we saw here, an increase of about 41, 42 students this year, ultimately based on RSP study. Those are students that we have to pay to educate, but we don't get funding for them until next year. And so as I'm looking through this, I'm trying to give our administrators an opportunity to plan ahead, get an idea of what we need to move forward and go through. And so what I've got is the first 2 items on this are that I'm looking at right now and trying to get some feedback. Item number 1, and I've listed as maintaining expiring grant funded positions. So the first 4 are the ESSER funded positions that we're in the final year of. Next year, at this time, those positions themselves won't receive any ESSER funding, but they've deemed themselves incredibly important in all 4 buildings. And the ask from our operations team when we met last week, the ask from our administrators is to do whatever we can to absorb those within the budget next year, within the general fund. The 5th position there, the social worker at the junior high, that was also an ESSER funded position. I have to give a lot of credit to Charlie through Food and Nutrition. The reason why is through her diligence and work with our administrators within our buildings, we've got a more accurate depiction of what our free and reduced numbers are for the school district. And because of that, our free numbers increased to a point where I feel really good about that. Nate has been able to shift what was that position into at-risk funding, and so it's not reliant on ESSER funds. So that position itself, we've got a plan for that one. The other item there that's listed, and what I've got in board docs is different than the handout. It was a last minute change that was made Friday afternoon to our health aides. We've got 1 per building, and that was established with the idea of KDHE funding and ESSER funds to make sure that we had those health aides in the buildings. They've also deemed themselves or worked themselves into relevancy in terms of the operations of the buildings, with students with the medications that need to be taken on a daily basis, dealing with your daily health needs that come through, as well as just needing to have that person that has the the safety and security when someone gets hurt, when an injury or an accident takes place. That's necessary. Also, as part of the KDH grant was the district nurse, which that's the one that's within board docs that was different than the handout that you have. Those are all funds that we need to figure out funding for. So we've got some work cut out for us. The work that we've got for the ESSER funded positions, Ashley and Nate have been working really hard figuring out through at-risk funding, through the title funds that we get with our local consolidated plan, do we have the ability to roll some of those salaries into that so that we can maintain them. That is, and we feel like we're off to a good start there. Again, next year with our at-risk funding that's coming through, I feel like that's a place we need to go. The state funding per student, I'm hoping that the legislature will do the right thing and continue to see an increase per student with the funding. Another aspect that's out there is the notion of capping our county assessments at about 4%. As a taxpayer, sounds pretty good to me, but trying to navigate the school district, that's also a financial concern that would have to be worked into the budget and addressed through the budget. Special education funding is something that's getting a lot of attention right now. As we talked about when we did our budget hearing, it's only being funded at the multiplier of 0.69, not 0.92. And so there's talk of the need to increase special education funding. My concern, just being honest, my concern is that special education will get funded and we'll see that cost being taken from either the general fund or some other weighting that's currently provided to schools. When we've got money sitting in surplus, we don't have money coming back to taxpayers, we've got the money to fund it. I'm hoping the legislature will again do the right thing and advocate for fully funding special education while continuing to fund our education programming at the level that we've noticed the last 5 years. So the second item that's listed there is it's important from the notion that we're in the need of an ELA teacher at the high school if there's sufficient funding from 24-25. With the new graduation requirements that are starting with this year's 8th graders, and with that, a graduating senior from that class would need to have 3.5 credits of an ELA transcripted course, and then 0.5 credits of a communication course. That could be journalism, that could be speech, that could be debate, forensics. The districts have some flexibility with that. To be able to make sure that we are adequately and effectively providing for that, the English department is in need of another staff member to be able to pull that off. And what I put there is, just from a salary perspective, what a base salary would be for this year. If you look to 25-26 and 26-27, what I've done is I've filtered through some of the positions that were on the docket and given consideration this year and move them down for consideration for future years. A lot of this was based off of feedback, again, from the operations team. We went through a ranking activity last week, and then to be able to come through and do some finalizing in terms of a plan for board consideration to adopt next month. I'd like to hear your feedback. And for those in the room, this is not a set in stone concrete plan. This is something that's fluid and responsive. So for example, this year we modified and updated our plan 2 or 3 times in response to our enrollment needs that took place in the spring. So what this does is give our administrative staff and teachers in these current positions some security of knowing that this is the district's plan to move forward, so they can focus on getting ready for next year. I've discussed this with Mr. Curran from the Teachers Association and Tyler Wolf, and they are aware. They also advocated for the maintaining of the student success teachers from the buildings because they have seen firsthand as teachers the benefit that it has had, and the positive impact that it has, not just on their classrooms, but they also see it from graduation rate. They also see it from student attendance perspectives and then morale within the building through the students. So this is kind of what I'm looking at right now. I'm happy to hear your feedback or answer questions to the best of my ability.
First question is related to the social worker position at the junior high. Is that already shifted over to at-risk funding?
Correct.
So it's not drawing off of ESSER's money this year at all?
That is correct. We've already moved it. Nate, did we start the year with that in at-risk, or did we do that a couple months in?
The movement of the position?
Social worker, yes. We moved her to at-risk.
We've already moved. So about a month and a half ago.
So since we budgeted that ESSER's money, because that has to be encumbered by?
It needs to be encumbered by September.
September 24.
Yep.
Okay.
Spent by December 24. Based upon our usage, I mean, we'll have it expended by the end of this fiscal year.
Okay.
So we did look at that.
Okay. Because if I'm doing the math here, this is in number 1 up there. That's approximately 10 positions total. I mean, health aides.
Trying to maintain them.
Yeah. So I guess my only, well, I guess I already made one comment. My second comment, I guess, is that we need to be forthright with these folks as much as we can be about whether we're going to be able to project out to being able to continue to afford their positions. And I'm absolutely in favor of doing so, and I'm absolutely in favor of the timeline of December of making that board action there, allowing those folks to, like, if we did get into the event of we not able to maintain all 10 of those positions, giving them enough of a time frame for them to say, okay, I know my position expires July 1. I can move on to apply for the positions. I hope that's not the case. I hope we find every nickel under the couch, but because those folks are knocking out of the park. I mean, every time I go into a school, there's kids getting, like you said, medication, or they're getting interventions from these specialists here. So, yeah, these are all vital positions for our schools, and that seems to grow.
Well, as you recall, Chris, too, the district nurse and 2 health aides were part of the general fund.
Yeah.
So we have them listed there just because they are currently being funded with those grant dollars.
But that KDHE money will also expire in the same time frame?
Yeah,
Okay.
at this point, yes.
Okay.
Other comments?
To close out, what I just want to state that the funding, I'm not trying to be operating in hyperbole. I mean, it is a real thing. I'm not trying to be dramatic about it. There are some other things that I will be looking at just to be proactive. I'm not looking at this in an effort to make a replacement or a quick decision. There are other programs that we offer in the district that cost. We've got some matching grant positions, and I'm just in an effort to be transparent, but not in an effort to say, hey, I'm looking to outsource. I do, like we did with food service, in order to make informed decisions, I do have to look at other options to be able to say, this is why I think we should maintain, this is why we need to invest, or this is where we need to go. Our Parents as Teachers program is a fantastic program, but it is one that it requires matching grants, and it does have an expense to it. Just to be able to do the due diligence, we'll be looking at what the other programs offer. And I'm going to tell you right now, as a parent that's been through Parents as Teachers program, I will tell you what I've witnessed here in 1 year and the work that our Parents as Teachers program does. It's going to be a tough sell to me to say that there's another program that provides greater value. But I do want to be transparent with the board. I've got to look at it. When you talk about looking for every penny and dime under the couch, sometimes I have to look at those uncomfortable things, and I want to let the board know that's one of the things that we'll be looking at. But my gut feeling is that they're going to be really difficult to prove to me that there's somebody out there that can match or even do better than what our staff does, because they're lights out with it.
Mm-hmm. Well, to echo that, I'm glad you brought that up, because the next board is going to have to make some hard decisions about some of that. And speaking about the budget, it's not speaking in hyperbole. What people often don't understand is that part of school budgeting is sometimes in a situation of hyperbole. It isn't like, this is the amount you're going to get right now, we still don't know what that funding structure is going to look like next year, but we have to plan and anticipate for multiple scenarios. What makes me feel very protective about parents as teachers, though I fully support looking at all options, because sometimes just the looking of the option exposes another potential solution or brings it to awareness in a way that something else reveals itself. But just what we heard in our enrollment study of some of the things that may be helping our stability is our quality preschool, early childhood program. That's what I heard. It isn't just getting together, it's having curriculum, it's having points of outreach, which our Parents as Teacher program does an excellent job of. So I fully support you. You have to study it, but there are lots of reasons in terms of protecting our overall enrollment to keep it, but at the expense of what else? That's always the decision at this table, and I wish the next group very well with all of that. I know those decisions aren't easy. I think the student success prioritization, again, we don't have direct evidence to link that, but for some reason Baldwin has been stable when other people are still recovering. And there is a really good article, if you guys have a chance to read it, in McKinsey and Company, that analyzed how schools spent their ESSER funds, and for those educational institutions that went to these, what we call student success, but went to those kinds of programming approaches, it has yielded terrific results, and it bears out in the data. So I think that's very supportive for why we front-loaded so much of that in those areas, and I have to, at least from an anecdotal, if not a direct evidence way, have to assume that that has had, at every level, a stabilizing effort. Our teachers are saying that, our students are saying that, but to protect that, again, at the expense of what else? We can't do everything, and we know that. So thank you for looking at all the options and giving us time to think about all this too. Does anybody else have anything to add on the 3-year staffing plan at this time?
I would just say, and our data is saying that, is that our teachers are saying that, our students are saying that about the student success teachers, and based on Ashley's update, our data is also saying that.
Thank you for making that point. Yes, you're right. So it is saying that. Yes. Mic drop, Susan. You got it. Okay.
Ashley. Mic drop Ashley.
Mic drop Ashley, for sure. Okay, bond update. I'm happy to provide that update if you would like me to, or Mr. Dodge, I'll defer to you first if you'd like to go, and I can add on. It's up to you.
Okay, what I just wanted to just kind of bring back from, we've been reflecting on the bond issue with our subcommittee and discussing a variety of different options, different needs, et cetera. There are some things that are coming to be that involve a calendar and a timeline. And so what we've talked about is the idea, the need that with DLR, we've got a contract that says we'll give them 3 opportunities. The opportunities exist within a timeline. The timeline that would exist, that if the board were to consider doing another go at it at the April election itself, that would be an option number 2 to proceed with, taking feedback from the last go and looking at the options that we have, and looking at what can we do to hone in feedback that we've elicited when we've talked with voters and learn from that. What's important is to know the timeline also, that we've got a bond commitment that gets paid off in September of '24, and the mills associated with that are roughly 5.5, 6 mills itself. And so if we choose to move to a next election next fall, we would be looking at those mills being off the books itself. So we've got that discussion that's there. We've got to transition to a new board. We've got 4 new board members, and I'm glad that they were able to be here, listen to part of this conversation tonight, just to kind of really reflect as what some of those next steps could be. If there is an idea looking at something in April, then there's a timeline that would need to be to move forward. So a decision would need to be made for an application that would go before KSDE around the 20th of January, and then there would need to be in the 20th or in January, the January board meeting, a decision by the new board to proceed with a question on a bond issue. So there's a lot of things that are timeline related, and so that's what we discussed there. Any other items of note?
You said in April, so does that mean that's just like an outside, that's the only thing that would be on the ballot?
No, it'd be the regular election.
It'd be the regular election in April.
We went the other way and it didn't work very well.
So I'm just going to read the recap because we've been meeting, and I think I'm going to read the recap that I sent to the group because it includes what Mr. Dodge said, but also I think captures what the process has been overall. Again, in the spirit of transparency. But as Mr. Dodge said, we're contractually obligated to give it 3 goes. And if we don't, then that means we have to write a big check to someone for doing nothing. So we looked at that option. Do you just punt for an entire other year? So when Mr. Dodge talks about scheduled mill fall off, what that means is in the absence of doing nothing, while you could bring forward potentially, this is just one of many options that we've talked about and looked at, while you could do nothing and wait for that, or bring something forward that's mill neutral. If you do nothing, imagine a ballot that says, will you vote for this with an increase of at least 6 mills, right? So part of that mill management is not in an abusive way of the tax dollar. It's in studying best practices in all districts. Why are they able to do a rolling bond every 2 years? It's because they preserve those. You use your money to work for you. And when we say for you, not people at this table, but for the investment strategies of your district, while also being mindful of paying things off. Because of the way we paid things off, that is why we were in the position financially last time around to generate the large dollar amount that we were by holding flat. So that's kind of one of those things that's important to keep track of. So those are scheduled to go away. With that being said, and I'm sorry, I know it's getting late, but I just think it's really important to lay all of this stuff out. But as our bond subcommittee has continued to evaluate feedback from the first attempt, and by the way, no big deal, communities take more than one attempt all the time. Hasn't happened in Baldwin before, but this is a normal process that's happening in the climate overall. And it's important as part of the ongoing work. But as we've continued to evaluate feedback from the first attempt, while doing our best to also respect the board election process, and that has been very important to us, while also balancing the realities of scheduled mill fall off in the absence of not putting forward a plan, while also revisiting the needs on our recent October board facilities tour, which we just did a few weeks ago, because we wanted to assess if all of our prior studies still track. As we discussed at our last meeting in October of the full board with the full facilities tour, with the mindset of approaching everything anew, we had agreement at this table that all that we had discovered and highlighted previously from the community surveys, also the community staff and student committee focus groups, those things, as we discussed, seemed still on the mark in terms of the study results in of themselves. And that was important for us to have that new lens, to be in the buildings and spend the day doing that. And so the work of our subcommittee has included what suggestions or direction we can offer as a result of those consistent facilities and programming findings, and what the options are. And I cannot emphasize enough what the options are in every direction. Doing so within a climate of increased cost, overall big picture tax dollar stewardship, and listening to and reflecting upon the district philosophical landscape has been the focus of our work. So I did want to report that a little more holistically from that other side of things too. And that is what we'll continue to do along with the onboarding process. There's a lot of transition. No one here wants to be presumptive in any way about, and we are trying to be mindful of that transitional time. And also there are deadlines looming. And so just to be very out loud about all of that and what that means. Want to make sure that there's awareness about that. That's all I have to add, unless Phil or Kelly, you have anything I missed.
Good job. I don't know if you want to go into more detail about stuff.
We can.
I don't know if you want to or not. There's not really nothing set in stone, but it was just kind of some of the
options.
Yeah.
Yes. So options as far as mill neutral and communicating that to the contractor, the construction manager, which is Lloyd Builders, and communicating that to the architect. What does that look like? CTE and security were always the priorities. Again, looking at all of that with what can we accomplish with this? So we've been looking at that option. We've even looked at the option of what does it look like, again, with just the increases in the last year to do, we're trying, I know Mike is working very hard to absorb some of that in capital outlay planning for field improvements, but what does a working in tandem situation look like with that too? So what else am I missing?
Yeah, I didn't mean talking about doing it like a two-part.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, also that was another option that we talked about, looking at even a two-ballot question where you give voters the option of, here's what you can do for mill neutral, which would be focused on CTE and security, and here's what it looks like for this amount more to do X, Y, Z. And so, again, when I say in every direction, I really mean that, because we've asked these guys, hey, can you even look at putting this in a different place? Would that cut down this problem there? So, it's not starting the process all over, certainly, but it is certainly a willingness to revise and to look and be creative.
Trying to be really responsive to the feedback that we got
Yes.
from voters. Even down to the idea of one of the hard things that for people to conceptualize was the CMAR process, right? Where we have
Yes.
this construction manager at risk, where they're saying, we're going to do all this really great stuff, but you got to give us the money, and then we'll do the drawings, because people don't understand it costs a lot of money to do the drawings. So we as a district are saving a lot of money by not having to pay the architect for all of these detailed plans, and then have the bond not pass. And now we've got to pay out all this money. So what we did is said, okay, let's get the bond passed. So in an effort to make that more palatable to people and have people have a better understanding of that process, to try to have more detailed renderings, more detailed information on what space and square footage and things that people can wrap their minds around where their money's going.
And which programs specifically are
instead
involved.
of being kind of nebulous and just saying, we're going to do this really great stuff, just trust us, give us the money so we can do that. Now we're going to try to make it be a little bit more, concrete.
Mm-hmm.
I may have missed this. I know you mentioned April, but is there a ticking clock on the 3 tries with DLR?
No.
Okay. It's just next time we try, it needs to be with DLR.
Two more times.
Next 2 more times.
Right.
2 more times.
Right.
Hopefully,
or until
hopefully it's one.
But there's no, hey, you got to do another one within 2 years or anything like that. Okay.
Does it count if we have multiple options within one ballot as 2 tries?
No.
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 Okay. Quite convenient. But essentially, just for simplicity's sake here, for my little brain, we could take the previous bond proposal, parse it out into 2 parts or 3 parts, and say, vote yay or nay on all these things as a community. There's probably some adjustments in the modifications.
Yeah, you would write it so you've got part 1, to Kelly's point, CT and security is part 1, and then facility improvements could be part 2.
Yeah.
Part 2 cannot pass unless part 1 passes.
So it's dependent upon.
So part 1 could pass on its own, part 2 could not.
And
Part 2 could only pass if part 1 passes.
And it's a little bit of a consolidation too of part 1 of the safety and security, because if you remember on the previous attempt, we had a lot of stuff going on, like the IC, the traffic flow,
Yes,
the IC,
yeah.
the ball fields, improvement. I think those are kind of things that we're right now exploring the idea of, but maybe there's not as much success, not as much pressure to do that from the community. So trying to focus really our efforts on where the most of the feedback came, which was things that are critical that are not really wants but have to haves and had to have yesterday but don't have yet, which is the CTE improvement, the improved parking lot, or the improved parking at the high school, and then enclosure of the breezeway.
Yeah.
That when we're kind of just talking about now is making that our option 1.
Right.
And then some moderate, minor improvements that gets the athletic field usable at night for soccer, with lights, extending the track, just some minor things, not making it, as extensive as the previous bond kind of had.
Yeah.
So in that setup, option 2 has to be dependent upon option 1 passing, or you can have them on equal footing.
My understanding is option 2 can only pass if option 1 does.
Okay.
But option 1 would be the CTE thing.
Yeah, I just was trying to think if you could legally go about putting them on equal footing to say, vote for whatever you want to vote for here, and then let chips fall where they may, but like, it makes more sense to.
Like almost two complete separate plans is what you're.
Yes,
thinking.
yeah.
Alright.
With the soup and salad, or.
Well, and our decision to change the bond and interest mill levy this couple of meetings ago is having some influence on what our options, I mean, not our options. It doesn't influence our options, excuse me, it influences that mill neutral
Correct. Yeah.
amount that we can work with.
Right.
Reduced it.
Because that's where we cut this past time
Yeah, and I think
around.
that's just an honest.
Just because that was a place that we could.
Yeah.
But again, just looking at all of those things, and not to get too far into the weeds on any of that, but just to be clear, to convey it was a misnomer the last time around that parking here was a hidden thing of a sports complex agenda. The parking problem here and the roadway is part of what we've given the architect and the construction manager feedback about being in that mill neutral. That is security. It always was security. It still is safety. That we need that over here. We're just getting lucky with some of the congestion issues that are happening. So that would be a component of that. But we'll continue to report back to the board, work with new board members, the architect, and they've been given, here's several different scenarios, go to work, come back. Basically, we didn't want to be presumptuous. You don't want to overcook anything that's outside of your bounds, but we were also in this kind of weird situation where we needed to keep the burners on so that it wasn't handcuffing anyone one way or the other with decision-making around that. If we just stopped and did nothing, that makes the decision really for the next group by doing nothing. By doing too much, that also makes the decision. So we've really attempted to thoughtfully navigate this really kind of odd position to be in with taking all that into consideration. So I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, Kelly, to that point, I mean, if we're looking at this timeline of potentially looking at, would you say March or April?
April.
I think you said April bond, and it sounds like that conversation needs to happen, or the decision needs to be made in January, by January 20th, which is like 5 days after our first board meeting.
Well, I think a special work session in early January would behoove on a number of levels where you can really just focus singularly on that, as well as any other that's kind of what I personally had in mind and shared. To put all of that into the format of a regular monthly business meeting seems unwise.
Right. We just tack it on tonight.
And that's a hard ask to not that they're not capable individuals, but like the first board meeting, welcome to the show. Would you like to pass a bond issue? I mean, I just feel like that's a big.
It is.
A big request to you folks, but
it is.
Or not resolve, but everybody. I mean, it's a connotation that carries.
With that timeline of wanting to pass in April means we have to do it by then. So we either have the option of just trying to ram it through before everybody leaves, right? And then be accused of saying, oh, they're just trying to push this through before they go off, or leave it to the new bond. So the subcommittee said, hey, look, I think the best option, it's tough, like you said, to come in to be your first meeting, we're talking about the bond.
I think the goal, like Kelly said, is to keep everything in motion, hopefully have enough good communication as this sitting board, so that you guys are more comfortable with it than maybe you've left it in our subcommittee's hands. And so let's kind of transition that information. Hopefully they can be in attendance and be listening to it all as well, and then just try to, as smoothly as we can. Yeah, ideally the timing would create a 60 or 90-day window to really allow that, but under the circumstances, to Kelly's point, we either have to put it off till fall and have some mills fall off, totally different optic to the voter than it would be to look at it now.
So options for elections are April, August, November. I mean, what other? Is it just any month that we?
I think it's April and November.
It's April and November or special election. We
So
do
it's not even
special
like an
election.
obvious option.
Special election, no. Special election, it does, as we know, we learned this last time, it comes with a cost. Significant amount of money to put that on.
Okay.
Yeah.
A cost and then maybe a participation challenge.
Mhm.
I mean, we had much higher turnouts for this last vote than we did for our bond vote. I mean,
Oh,
I'm
true,
not
yes.
saying that'll always be the case, but
Mhm.
I think you
No,
have
we'll-
people going for other motivated purposes.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a single trip.
Yeah, I mean, the timeline stinks no matter which way we shake this thing out. It's just, yeah, I think we owe it to the voters to put something out back in front of them. I just don't know when that, well, I won't be too verbose here. Like, I think our plan as it stands now to continue to make progress, to develop something is spot on. And so if we can continue the conversation in December and see what all we cook up at that point, I think that's a smart move. Then from there, we can figure out what's the most advantageous timeline for us to work with here. And it may be, I mean, it may be a special election in June or something. I mean, again, I'm not advocating for that, just saying that there's a ton of options and branching logic that gets applied here, but I think we owe it to everyone to continue the conversation.
And maybe somebody said this, but did we mention that part of this whole process with DLR and trying to be more specific is meeting with educators or the teachers that are in these CTE facilities and what they need to have and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So
I will be scheduling, we've got a DLR has confirmed with me the date of November 30th, so I will be working to get teachers, administrators, Mike, myself, if there's, to be able to get in and be able to navigate what do those facilities need as they go to design what they're looking for the CTE side.
And one of the advantages of doing the facilities tour that we just did a few weeks ago, for those board members who will still be here, I mean, obviously Phil's been working very closely with all of it as a member of the bond subcommittee, but for Chris and Susan, this is not, I mean, that was another reason why it ended up being really beneficial for all of us to be here, because we've all been able to see up close the things that we've been talking about. So understand that it's not ideal, but the three options were to push something through before you go off, completely just, hey, your problem now, and then risk losing 6 mills if that wasn't really what the new board wanted to do. Maybe it is, but either way, that can be an informed decision, and by our inaction, we don't make the decision for them. So that's been kind of the line we've been trying to toe as our bond subcommittee has continued to research all of the possible options. So, yes.
Taking this up to the wire, you're gonna be like working the last day of your term.
Hey, we run through the tape. I mean, yeah.
I think this is the right move.
All right. Well, we will be in touch on all of those things as they continue to develop with all parties. Non-resident enrollment policy adoption. So we took care statutorily in our special meeting earlier tonight, presenting the policy, having the discussion, giving the opportunity for public testimony, and now we can take formal action with the adoption of the policy if the board is ready to do so. Before calling for a motion, is there any other discussion that board members would like to add on policy JBCC? Seeing that there is none, what we'll do with this is we'll do a roll call vote for this as well, once a motion has been established.
And by resolution, did you already mention that?
And yeah, I'm sorry, no, I didn't, by resolution. So that means
is there specific verbiage for the motion that has to be said?
stating the resolution is never a bad idea as part of the
You have it
motion.
pulled up. Oh, you got it right there. Yeah, oh yeah, here. use
And we
your
all
light
have to
mine.
sign it. This is one of those that everybody has to sign when we're done.
So I don't have to say it.
Do you want me to read it all? Do I read
Yeah.
the whole thing?
I do.
You're the best reader.
You do? I'm the
You're really
best
good at reading.
Whereas Kansas law KSA 722236 requires the Board of Education of any unified school district to adopt a policy to determine the number of non-resident students that the school district has the capacity to accept in each grade, kindergarten through 8th grade, and program grades 9th through 12th. For each school of the school district pursuant to KSA 723123 and amendments thereto, and feel like we should be choral reading, but okay. Whereas Unified School District number 348, Douglas County, Kansas, timely published notice of and held a public hearing on the 13th day of November 2023 to hear and consider testimony and evidence on the proposed policy. And whereas the Board of Education of Unified School District 348, Douglas County, Kansas, has considered the testimony and evidence presented or submitted at the public hearing and determined whether to adopt or revise the proposed policy at a subsequent public meeting of the board. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Board of Education of Unified School District number 348, Douglas County, Kansas, in a meeting lawfully assembled this 13th day of November 2023, that the attached policy shall be adopted and published on the school district's website. I move that we adopt, is this where I move?
Yep.
That we adopt the Board of Education of USD 348, Douglas County, Kansas, on this day, that we approve the policy as written.
That works.
Nailed it.
Susan has moved and Kelly has seconded to approve policy JBCC by resolution as it was read. All those in favor, I'll call on individually. Kelly, you yay or nay?
Yay.
Actually, Megan, you should call on them as board clerk. Excuse me. If you can just call on the names and then that's how we should do it.
Susan Schiffelbein.
Yay.
Andy Parks.
Yay?
Kelly Smith.
Yay.
Tony Brown.
Yay.
Chris Perry.
Yay.
Bill Harvey.
Yay.
Thank you. Policy has been adopted, 7-0. No new business. Moving on to board member input, interlocal report.
Our meeting's actually tomorrow, so I do have a couple of rando updates for you guys.
Did you say rando?
I said rando.
That's
Put that in the meeting
amazing.
minutes right
After
there.
a formal resolution.
You gotta bring it back.
Yeah,
to
I love it. Just balance it out.
Spent most of last weekend at the KASB conference in Wichita. And there's much discussion about special education funding. Same thing, okay. Special education funding, I did do a presentation about our strategic plan for our co-op as well, which was nice to have other
Cool.
folks who are involved in interlocals as part of that conversation. It made me feel very grateful that we only have 3 districts in our interlocal. Some of them have like 13 different
Wow.
voting members there, so that's a much bigger of a headache there. So the other detail I want to share with the whole board is that our interlocal board is comprised of 2 members from each of our member districts, so 6 members total. As of my understanding, currently starting at the February board meeting for the interlocal, only 2 current. At most, 2 current board members will be carrying on into that future board. So 2 lost re-election, 2 chose not to run. So yeah, so we will have a very different disposition and makeup for that interlocal board. And that will start in February, not in January, just because the delay in those sequences there. So I'll continue to communicate with you all about what those changes look like as well going forward, but we won't know what that ends up manifesting as until probably until the February meeting there. So just wanted you guys to be aware that there's going to be that big of a shift. So, but that's it from the school board or the interlocal front. But anything else, Tony?
And you're still the president.
I don't know. For now.
Yeah, right now you are.
Yeah.
And into the future.
Yeah. Sounds that way if there's only 2 people in this day.
That's right. So 2 of us sticking around. Let's see how it all plays out.
I just want to be clear that I wasn't one of the board members that got defeated in that.
Oh,
That's right. Yeah.
That
You opted out.
That happened
Abdicated.
elsewhere.
Yeah. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Miscellaneous. Any board member have any miscellaneous items? Passing this around for signing. Related to those transitional items, Mr. Dodge has already reached out, and I will be assisting with onboarding and being thoughtful about, as the new roles get delegated, which 2 are serving with the interlocal representatives, who's serving for the Baldwin Education Foundation rep. All of those things, there's good coverage, Susan's our chair of our district site council. And we have, and Phil has done negotiations before, but all of that will be for the new board to figure out. But there is some good experience that's spread out among the different areas that will be helpful. But it's always extra challenging when it's a switch over of 4 and not 3. So you'll work together and work through that. And that's why I think that early January, just a work session would be helpful, in addition to the other conversations that are having, because we want to be as thoughtful about an effective and empowering transition as possible to get everybody set up and rolling. KASB delegation. I just wanted to quickly report back to the board. That was our other third amended item. Part of what you get to do is you get to represent the school district when it comes to the KASB convention that Chris was just talking about. The delegate assembly was on Saturday. Thankfully, they allow all that via Zoom. So I was able to participate. There were 3 motions that were asked to be voted on that I want to make sure and report back. The first one is the resolution on state issues for 2024. That can be found by going to the Kansas Association of School Board. This is when districts have the opportunity to represent the coalition of the things that are part of discussion with the State Board of Education. Things such as the new enrollment policy without an equivalent explanation about how any of that gets funded. That's an advocacy position that KASB tries to work on with legislatures on the behalf of school districts everywhere. And so each district gets to send a representative, either in person or by Zoom. Motion 2 is the federal priority issues of 2024. Those can be looked up of how that is. And the third motion is it authorizes KASB staff to make technical, grammatical, or format changes to a misnomer in a motion, which I always find interesting. So I voted in favor of all 3, and that's pretty much it. It was about an hour and a half on Saturday from 11 to 12:30-ish, somewhere in there. The new president-elect was also elected, the designated president-elect. So it's an interesting process, and it's a good experience.
Is it Kevin Cole who's going to be there?
Yes.
Okay, so just as frame of reference too, Kevin Cole's a board member in Labette County. He's one of the members on our local board there as well. He and I have talked for years about that level of advocacy, and I was thrilled to hear his name as a future president, because I think he'll bring some of those conversations. Not that KASB doesn't advocate for SPED funding, but having that president also have experience that we all experience in being part of a local will be very, very helpful.
Yes, his special education background is really interesting. He's a business guy.
Yeah.
He's worked he's just passionate about education, and he's been a community servant for many years, and grew up on a farm, and he gets it. And he speaks to it in a very, high level educated, but also in a plain spoken way that, is, yes, I think really is able to connect with people. So I think he will do a fantastic job. But did want to let everyone know that our district was represented as part of that process, and that's important. So that's it. Superintendent's report.
All right. So, and this ties along nicely. First year superintendent, I didn't want to touch this topic, just as I was trying to get to know the lay of things. As things evolved last spring with financing, with budget, with legislation and everything, it got me wondering, and wanted to reach out to this group, and again with the new board coming through, just wanting to kind of get the pulse on something. As districts, you have the ability to, as a board, have the ability to designate legislative priorities, and basically you're identifying what are those things that we value in our education system that we want to see represented in Topeka, in that sense. It allows the ability to, on behalf of the board, to send information to our legislators, invite them in to be able to have discussions and speak on those particular items. If that's something that the board would like to have future discussions on, I'd like to be able to put that on my to-do list and start thinking of, again, with the transition into January and February, there's no rush to have these. To my knowledge, there's no deadline to establish those, but I just kind of wanted to get a feel, see what your thoughts are on something like that.
think it's a good idea. Right? Having served at that level, it is helpful to have clarity from the major constituencies that you serve. And I know that Lawrence does this in a very deliberate fashion this time of year before the legislative session begins. And so I think that formalizing that as part of our school district, I think would be a step in the right direction. It's a little bit of effort to have to put that together, but I think that the benefit is the clarity that we get as a district to sort of say, these are our priorities, right? And we would like to see you act on these. Whether that is successful or not is always up for grabs. Right. But at least you make the effort, right? If you don't communicate those priorities, then you don't have a voice at the table. So.
I also think it'd be positive, not only for both sides, because, you know, for someone, well, I mean, unless you're passionate about researching and following that stuff, the normal board member is going to be busy with their careers, their families, and they're not necessarily going to be up to speed on what is even going on currently. And so I think being able to have that two-way conversation with those people and have them, you know, I think it should be a positive.
I agree. And in the interim, I did serve on the Kansas Advocacy Network this past year, but it was really just a learning opportunity. And so I Zoomed and listened and learned. And, you know, I'm not doing a lot of advocating at the state level, just learning. But I speaking to formalizing kind of that understanding, I'd be happy to report out the Fridays that I do sit on those meetings at our next board meetings, just kind of to touch base on those key points that are going on in the legislature. But I think it's really important, to your point, to hear straight from our representative too.
Susan, I think that would be awesome as part of board member input. That way it can just live there in the agenda. And if there is anything, then, you know, just like interlocal, if there's nothing there to report that particular, but then it gives a lived place in the agenda, and that communicates value.
Typically, are these legislative priorities for the district like co-developed with our legislators, or these are what?
It's the board.
The board
It's developed by the
process,
board.
okay.
Yeah, it's, you know, an example is we believe in small class sizes. We believe in special education services for, you know, use as the effort to promote fully funding special education.
Okay. And then we use those to articulate to, in our case, our two reps, and then our state board, and anybody else who has legislative authority over funding or any of those measures, right?
Right.
It could be the county. I mean, it could be any number of things.
True.
And Mark, I would go further. I would make these legislative priorities public. I would put them on the website.
They would be on the website.
I would include them in. I know that you are fond of writing a monthly column in the local paper. I'd put them in the paper and sort of say, as a board, these are the kind of things that we want to fight for in the upcoming legislative sort of agenda.
A procedural layer that I would want a little more time to think on, just for everyone else to think about, for your protection, okay? Or any superintendent's protection. I hope it's always you, and I trust your judgment implicitly, so this is not my personal opinion, but just thinking about maybe a good way to have good procedure in place so that it empowers your superintendent to be that CEO spokesperson on behalf of your district, but and not that you would need to run everything you ever do or say through the board, but having some mechanism in place that allows for you to say, you know, whether it's approval on the agenda or whether it's, hey guys, this is what I'm thinking. Not that board members are proofreading your speech. I don't mean it getting like down into the weeds, but just having that I had sign off on this and I am in fact serving as the spokesperson. Some sort of mechanism, I don't know what that looks like, but some sort of mechanism that both empowers and and protects you, frankly, because that would be, you would be vocal in a different way.
Right.
And so I just want to make sure we're thoughtful about that part of it too.
Absolutely.
Did that?
Makes perfect
Okay,
sense, and I was
okay.
actually, when I was writing sign off, you were saying sign off, so.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
cool. All right.
Well, and that is typically what happens with organizations that do these kinds of actions, that they, the superintendent or the CEO of the organization does not speak for themselves, right? It's not, this is not my voice, this is backed by the
Right.
board.
Yeah.
Right.
Absolutely. Okay. The other item that I wanted to kind of get your feel for, is we've talked multiple times over the last year with the work we've been doing with TASN to improve our intervention practices within our schools. And now that we're in year 2, where we're doing the implementation side, getting the training going for our teachers to be able to provide the supports for students social, emotionally, and behaviorally. And now our administrators are going through the PLC Plus, or the Professional Learning Communities Plus trainings that will get us down the path of the right questions to be asking for our students to respond to their learning and to be reflective practitioners with how we are teaching our students. One of the asks that is involved in there is the ability to look at data. And when you're making these decisions, there's lots of data that you're looking at in a response to learning or response to the intervention side of things. And so one of the things that districts have implemented, this isn't a new concept, but one of the things that some districts do to absorb this, to help, particularly for those schools that do not have the ability to implement a common plan time, which for the most cases are high schools, is to implement a late start, early release, 1 day a month. And so what I wanted to do is kind of gauge the board's appetite for getting more information on this. It would involve finding perceptions of teachers to see is this something that they are interested in. Getting surveys out to families to see, would they be in favor of something like this? Being able, because here's the thing, whether you're starting late or you're ending early, there's a daycare option for our littles in the district, in the building. So we want to make sure that we're gathering input. Again, another transition time for the new board to come on. But the time that would provide, 90 minutes, 1 day a month for teachers to dig in and dive in, look at data, look how students are responding. Are we seeing a trajectory of growth so that we can maintain those supports and services? Or are we seeing a decline within the data, so we need to be strategic with changes to those supports or those interventions? And it's at the elementary level and the junior high level, we're utilizing teachers' plan time to do that. At the high school level, again, we're also looking at utilizing plan time. So again, what I wanted to do is just kind of get your appetite. What I put in the board packet is a sample. So Mr. Curran, I just asked him to throw something together, see on paper, what would this look like? And so if you're visual like I am, the red days you would see, there would be 4 early release or late start days first semester, 4 second semester, to be able to implement these. And there was no rhyme or reason as to where he put those dates. To my knowledge, they're just on the calendar just to look at it. In my past district, it was the second Wednesday of the month. And it was, again, 90 minutes of an early release that was there. So again, this is just an opportunity to see what the perceptions are, because we want to make sure that whether it's you just heard Jean talk about intervention with reading, being able to get those best practices and find time for those specific students that need that change, or if we're looking at students that need a credit recovery option, what can we do to help them out at the high school? So just wanted to hear your thoughts on looking into this a little bit.
I'm always in favor for teachers having more time with professional learning opportunities. I think 99% of the time you ask a teacher, what do you need to implement this or that, it's time.
It'll be really responsive to all the voices we celebrated earlier in the letters that asked for later starts.
Yeah, it would be.
Well, I was just gonna say,
It would be.
kill two birds with one stone. The November has got it on the 6th. You could throw that on the 1st, and then we've got a late start the day after Halloween, and I'm just kidding. Yeah, I think studying, what would be most valuable for teachers, what's doable for families. When you make a change like this, it's a big change, and I think it warrants feedback, and I
Right.
would be supportive of your efforts exploring that.
So for a timeline on something like this, because historically, I know Mr. Curran he likes to have the calendar approved this month, and but he's understanding of the need to look into this. And so the timeline that I would be thinking of is start collecting this information now and target March at the latest for the approval, which still is within plenty of time to get it posted on our website for families. Okay.
Great. Thank you. All right, I move we enter into executive session with Mr. Dodge and Mr. Wall-Smith to discuss a confidential student matter pursuant to the exception under COMA relating to actions adversely or favorably affecting a student. And the open meeting will resume at 10 p.m.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Motion carries 7-0.
Find one? I know, I signed something. Oh my God, we gotta do it again.
Order.
It's lost.
Right.
What, is this a redo of it?
Everybody had a
No,
copy.
we all have one.
Oh,
There's one official and
all right. That's-
several unofficial.
All right. We came out of executive session early. I think we can make the motion, right? Or do I have to wait till 10 o'clock?
You guys have gone back into executive session in the past before the
Yeah.
previous one was over.
Okay, I thought so. Okay. I move we enter into executive session with Mr. Dodge to discuss his fall superintendent evaluation and pursuant to the exception under coma for non-elected personnel, and the open meeting will resume at 10, what do you guys, how much time do you guys want? 10:15? Open meeting will resume at 10:15. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye. Raise your right hand. Aye. Aye. Motion carries 7-0. All right, you can come on. I want to be able to go to their stuff. I've been missing things, and I don't want to miss stuff. Okay, so we have the personnel report to approve, and then the eval.
Motion, we approve the personnel report.
Second.
All those in favor of approving the personnel report as presented, please say aye and raise your right hand.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries 7-0.
My motion, we approve the superintendent's evaluation for year 2, fall of 2023.
Second.
All those in favor of approving the superintendent's evaluation, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0.
Ah,
Did you second, Tony?
me? No.
I did.
Oh, yeah, Tony seconded. I didn't second Tony. Oh, yeah, motion to adjourn.
Woohoo!
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Meeting adjourned, 10:12. Thanks, everybody, for all your work.
Oh, you already got the name?